The sun over Oakwood Village Square was a merciless, blazing orb, bleaching the packed earth a pale, dusty yellow. I could feel the heat radiating through the soles of my sandals. Next to me, my father, the village party secretary, sucked thoughtfully on his dry tobacco pipe. The sharp, acrid smell of the smoke mixed with the scent of sun-baked earth and the low, buzzing chatter of the gathered crowd, a potent cocktail that rushed straight into my nostrils and cemented a terrifying, wonderful reality in my mind. This wasn't a dream. I had truly returned. I remembered this day with the brutal clarity of a recurring nightmare. It was the day the city youths were being reassigned. The old dormitories at the youth camp had collapsed after days of relentless rain, and the decision was made to scatter them among the village households. My father, as the secretary, was there to oversee the arrangements. My eyes scanned the center of the square. 10 city youths stood huddled, their faces a canvas of uncertainty and anxiety as they glanced at the ring of villagers surrounding them. A few of the more quick-witted ones were already engaging in hushed conversations with locals they knew, trying to secure a more comfortable billet. The shyer ones stood stiffly, waiting for fate to decide. And then there was Leo. Leo Vance. He stood slightly apart, his chin tilted at a faint, defiant angle. He projected an air of confidence, but a slight frown creased his brow, as if the entire rustic affair was a personal inconvenience. His friend, Mark, nudged him and gestured with his head toward a girl standing nearby. "Hey man, looks like Clara from the Chin family is really laying it on thick for you." Leo looked momentarily pained, but I could see the thread of pride in his expression. "She insists I stay at her place," he said, his voice carrying just enough to be overheard. Then he turned, his tone shifting to one of gentle concern, directed at the girl beside him. "Don't worry, Anya. No matter whose house you're assigned to, I'll make sure you're looked after." Anya Petrova, her dark hair braided into 2 neat, severe plaits, merely clutched the strap of her canvas bag tighter and said nothing. The village team leader, Uncle Fong, began calling out names, his voice a steady drumbeat dictating futures. Mark was assigned to the Dawson household. Another youth, Peter, went to the Wuss. The crowd in the center slowly dwindled. My father finished his pipe, tapping the ashes onto the ground with a final, decisive tap. He was about to step forward, to fulfill the promise I had extracted from him last night through tears and tantrums, the promise to bring Leo Vance to our home. My heart hammered against my ribs. Last night I had been that foolish, love-struck girl. But last night I had also died cold and alone under a bridge, a lifetime of regrets my only companion. And it was Anya, this quiet, composed girl, who had later found my body and given me the dignity of a proper burial. "Dad, wait." My voice was tighter than I intended. I thrust the crumpled note I had been clutching into his hand. The paper was damp with my sweat. "Please," I said, my voice dropping to a whisper. "Give him this. Don't change a word." He looked down at me, his brow furrowed in surprise. Just last night I had sobbed, insisting Leo Vance was a brilliant, upstanding young man who absolutely had to stay with us. My sudden reversal clearly baffled him, but he was a man of few words and trusted perhaps a father's instinct. He didn't ask questions. He took the note to Uncle Fong, who glanced at it, his eyebrows rising slightly. Then with a piece of chalk he scrawled a line on the small blackboard propped against a chair. "Lee family, Secretary Lee, takes Anya Petrova." A ripple of murmuring passed through the crowd around us. I felt the weight of their collective gaze, their curiosity and gossip sharp as pins. I kept my eyes fixed ahead. "Why Anya?" someone whispered loudly. "Didn't Maya make a huge scene yesterday for Leo?" "Who knows? The secretary must have decided. That girl never dares to argue with her father." "Yeah, I saw her cornering Leo by the well yesterday. She's completely obsessed." They were right. In this past life I was. Everyone in Oakwood knew I, Maya Lee, had fought with the village chief's daughter, Lena, for the privilege of hosting the sophisticated Leo Vance. I saw Leo's head snap up, his face a mask of pure disbelief. A flicker of confusion and annoyance passed over Anya's features as well. But Uncle Fong had no time for drama. He consulted his roster. "Leo Vance," he called out, "you're the last one. The Cooper family's West Wing is free. He'll go there." Widow Cooper. She was nearly 50, a woman hardened by life, who lived with her simple-minded adult son, Ben. The whispers intensified. My father's face darkened instantly. He turned to me, the anger in his eyes barely contained. As the village secretary, he couldn't make a scene. He leaned close, his voice a low growl. You just can't stop causing trouble. We will talk about this at home. I quickly grabbed his sleeve, my eyes pleading. Dad, just this once. I promise I'll never be this stubborn again. Never. He glared at me for a moment longer, then sighed, the official in him overriding the frustrated father. He had work to do. He told me to wait and help Anya with her things once the assignments were complete. He had barely taken 10 steps when I heard hurried, angry footsteps behind me. Leo Vance stormed up to me, his fists clenched, his fair skin flushed an angry red. Maya, he snapped, his voice cutting through the humid air. What is this? Just yesterday you were begging me to stay at your house. What game are you playing now? Mark materialized beside him, playing the part of the loyal, aggrieved friend. Yeah, Maya, changing your mind faster than you change your clothes. Now you're taking Anya in? What, you think she's an easy target because she's quiet? Leo adopted a tone of weary patience, as if dealing with a petulant child. Come on, Maya, don't be childish. What's this really about? If you think having Anya under your roof gives you some sort of power over her, you're sorely mistaken. I looked at him, really looked at him. The faded blue shirt he wore like a uniform of superiority, the carefully maintained posture. In my first life I had seen all this as refinement, a glimpse of a world I yearned for. Now I saw it for what it was, a carefully constructed facade of arrogance. I cut him off, my voice colder than I thought possible. Leo, didn't you always say you found me irritating? Now that I don't want you at my house, isn't that exactly what you wanted? I turned my gaze to Anya, who was approaching cautiously. I want Anya to stay with us. I paused, letting my words sink in. And besides, I added, looking Leo directly in the eye, my father is the party secretary. The brigade has been very clear about taking good care of the city youths. Have you ever seen a village secretary's daughter openly bully someone in broad daylight? Leo's face darkened, the carefully maintained composure cracking. You'll regret this. A cold, mirthless laugh escaped me. Regret? Who do you think should be regretting something here? Compared to the other youths, Leo carried only a single shabby canvas bag. He had likely already given most of his better belongings to Mark, assuming I would provide him with everything he needed. Now he would have to go begging to get them back. Come on, Anya, I said, no longer interested in the spectacle. I grabbed her hand and pulled her away from the two boys. Maybe my grip was too tight, my tone too harsh. She followed without a word of protest. As we walked, I realized I was still clutching her sleeve and quickly let go. Hey, I muttered, my gaze fixed on the path ahead. I wasn't taking it out on you. Not at all, she replied, her voice quiet but firm. Before, in that other life, I had mocked Anya, jealous of the cold attention Leo paid her. But now I knew. He wasn't worth a single one of my tears. It had all been a one-sided delusion. And besides, I had a debt to repay. I knew the path home led directly past Widow Cooper's compound. The mud brick house was as dilapidated as I remembered, the outer plaster flaking off like scabs. A pile of half-charred firewood lay in one corner of the dusty yard. As we approached the rickety wooden gate, a scruffy young man squatting on the doorstep looked up. It was Ben, Widow Cooper's son. The moment he saw us, his face split into a wide, vacant grin. New wife, he mumbled. We ignored him and quickened our pace. But Ben sprang up from the threshold and trotted over, his unblinking gaze fixed on Anya. He pressed his face far too close to hers. My mom says you're my new wife, he declared with simple, terrifying conviction. You're going to be my wife. Anya's face went ashen. Instinctively, I shoved her behind me, putting my body between her and Ben. Ben, get back here this instant. Widow Cooper came rushing out of the house, her face a mask of panic and apology. She grabbed her son's arm, pulling him back roughly. He's just talking nonsense, girls, she said, wringing her hands. Pay him no mind. Please don't mind him. I didn't wait for another word. I grabbed Anya's hand again, this time more gently but with no less urgency, and hurried us past the ominous courtyard gate. My heart was thumping a frantic, fearful rhythm against my ribs. In my past life, Anya had been assigned to that house. She had endured 2 years in that damp, crumbling room. And later, for reasons that were never clear, Widow Cooper had managed to force her into a marriage with Ben. The memory of what came after, the lost pregnancy, the hidden college admission letter, was a cold stone in my stomach. That was why, in the second chance, I had torn up the script. I had redirected her path away from that ruinous house and toward my own. I had spent last night cleaning the west wing of our house from top to bottom. My mother had swept every corner, and I had taken a bamboo pole to the cobwebs dangling from the beams. Knowing Leo might come, I had, in a fit of pathetic hope, even picked wildflowers and placed them in a ceramic bowl on the small table, something I'd heard educated people found charming. It was the same room. In my first life, the moment Leo had stepped inside, his face had never lost its look of faint disgust. "This is your spare room?" he had asked, one eyebrow arched. "The tool sheds in the city are brighter than this." He had never let me forget it, his constant subtle reminders making me feel that my family, my home, my very world were inadequate. But now Anya Petrova stood at the doorway. She blinked, her eyes taking in the clean-swept floor, the simple bed, the sun streaming through the small window. A small, genuine smile touched her lips. "Thank you, Maya," she said, her voice soft but clear. "This room is spacious and clean. I really like it. Thank you and your whole family." This was the second time she had voluntarily spoken to me today. To be honest, in my previous life I hadn't liked her. I'd found her reserved nature aloof and arrogant. Now standing face to face with her, I felt a deep, awkward shame. I hadn't even finished middle school, while she could read books in Russian. I quickly hardened my expression, deliberately making my tone stern. "Now that you're moving in, there are rules. Meals are at set times. You wash your own clothes. And no reading out loud in the yard, you'll disturb the neighbors." I didn't dare look at her reaction. I spun on my heel and walked out, my heart a confused tumult of guilt, relief, and a fierce, protective resolve. I had saved her. Now I had to figure out how to save myself. I didn't wait for a response from Anya. I fled the room, my cheeks burning with a confusing mix of embarrassment and defiance. Why had I spoken to her so harshly? It was as if the ghost of my old, bitter self had momentarily taken control of my tongue, trying to push away the very person I had fought to protect. I found my mother in the kitchen, kneading dough for the evening's noodles. She looked up, her eyes full of unasked questions. "Well," was all she said. "She's settling in," I mumbled, grabbing a knife to start chopping the scallions on the table. "The West Wing." My mother nodded slowly, her strong, capable hands never pausing their work. "Anya Petrova. She seems a quiet one. Better than that other one you were crying over." She shot me a sidelong glance. "Your father is perplexed." Before I could reply, the subject of her statement arrived. My father walked through the door, carrying a sack of rice and a smaller bag of flour, the rations the village had allocated for the city youth under our care. He deposited them with a soft thud and turned his gaze on me. It was a look I knew well. The stern party secretary evaluating a puzzling situation. "Girl," he began, his voice low and serious. "What is going on in that head of yours? Last night, you were on your knees, swearing that Leo Vance was a modern-day scholar and that our family's honor depended on hosting him. Now you've done a complete about-face. Explain." My mother paused her kneading, her attention fully on us now. I took a deep breath. This was the first test. I had to make them believe me. "Dad," I said, meeting his eyes squarely. "I was blind. I see clearly now. Leo Vance he's really nothing special. Just a boy with an inflated sense of his own importance." My father stared at me for a long, silent moment, his expression unreadable. "A sudden realization," he stated, not a question. "Truthfully," I pressed on, weaving a thread of truth into the lie, "I'd started to see he wasn't a dependable person. Even if he stayed here, he wouldn't have brought any peace to our home. Only trouble." During dinner, perhaps to properly welcome Anya, my mother had killed our plumpest hen. The rich, savory smell of the stew filled the house. After hearing about my change of heart from my father, she even muttered under her breath as she placed the dish on the table, "It's a good thing it's Anya. If it were that Leo Vance, he wouldn't be getting an egg. He always said our eggs smelled earthy." That was when a new realization dawned on me. My parents had never liked Leo to begin with. They had only tolerated him for my sake. The knowledge was a balm to my aching spirit. I hadn't been as alone in my previous life as I had thought. Now with Anya here, my mother had even made a special bowl of sweet egg soup. When she placed the steaming golden concoction in front of Anya, the girl's eyes widened slightly. She immediately pushed the bowl toward me. "Maya, you have it. I'm not thirsty." The gesture was so reflexively selfless it stung. I immediately turned my head away, feigning disinterest. "Eat your own. That stuff's too sweet for me. I've had enough of it." After the meal, Anya picked up the bag of grain my father had brought in. "Ma'am," she said to my mother, "this is my ration. Please mix it with the household supply for cooking." My mother didn't stand on ceremony, but her smile was warm. "Don't you worry about that, Anya. We're not stingy folks here. Whatever we eat, you'll eat. You won't go hungry in this house." I saw the genuine relief in Anya's eyes as she nodded. It was a small thing, but it spoke volumes about the fears she must have been carrying. That night I slept terribly. Every time I closed my eyes, the ghosts of my past life haunted me. Leo demanding the food stamps from my mother before he returned to the city. Leo shoving me down the stairs during an argument. Leo standing over my wheelchair, cursing me as a burden to my aging father. I woke with a gasp, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest, a cold sweat plastering my hair to my forehead. Driven by a primal fear, I scrambled out of bed and rushed outside, my bare feet cold on the packed earth. For a terrifying second I was convinced it had all been a dream, that I would find Leo Vance occupying the West Wing. But before I could even touch the door, it opened from within. Anya Petrova stepped out. The first light of dawn cast a soft glow on her face. Her hair was already neatly combed, and she wore a faded but clean blue cotton jacket. She paused when she saw me standing there like a frantic ghost in my night clothes. Then a gentle smile touched her lips and her eyes crinkled at the corners. "Good morning, Maya." The knot of panic in my chest instantly loosened, replaced by a wave of profound relief. "Good morning," I managed to reply, my voice still rough with sleep and faded fear. "Did you sleep well?" It wasn't until we sat down for breakfast that I learned Anya had been up long before dawn. She had helped my mother prepare the meal, and if my mom hadn't insisted, she would have done the laundry as well. In just one night, my mother's initial cautious welcome had solidified into genuine affection. It was so different from her strained tolerance of Leo, which had been a performance put on for my benefit. Anya was different. She was quietly, inherently hardworking. Before the sun had fully risen, she had fetched water from the well. After breakfast, she washed the dishes without being asked. Later, when my mother was stitching the thick soles of our winter shoes, Anya sat beside her, her sharp eyes and quick fingers expertly threading needles and passing them along. I heard my mother murmur, mostly to herself, "If only this girl were my daughter-in-law, that would be a blessing. A shame my son is gone. We only have our Maya left now." The words were a fresh pang of grief, both for the brother I had lost and for the disappointing daughter I had been. After breakfast, Anya headed to the fields with the other workers. I, thanks to my father's arrangements, reported to the brigade office to help sort records and accounts. It was light work, sheltered from the sun, and I was grateful for it. The brigade accountant was leaving for a 2-week training session at the commune, and before he left he handed me a stack of ledgers to organize. Maybe it was the residue of my past life's experiences, the countless forms I'd seen, the bureaucratic language I'd been forced to understand, but I found the work surprisingly easy. Even the complex production point charts, which usually gave everyone a headache, seemed straightforward to me. I finished the day's tasks in no time. It was then that I remembered Anya had asked me early that morning if I could spare some wood ash and a few clean rags. A flicker of worry passed through me. Had something happened in her room? Had Widow Cooper's son bothered her? I decided to take a break and head to the fields to check on her. The city youths were easy to spot, their postures less assured than the seasoned villagers. They were bent over, their pants legs rolled up, learning the back-breaking art of transplanting rice seedlings into the muddy paddies. From a distance, I could already hear Mark's snickering voice as he elbowed Leo. "Look, Leo, Maya's back. What did I tell you? She can't stay away from you." Probably regretted her decision overnight. Leo, who had been bent over, slowly straightened up. He made a show of rolling up the muddy cuffs of his pants, a motion he seemed to think looked refined and dignified. In my past life, that single movement would have sent my heart fluttering. Now I saw only the calculation in it. I ignored them completely. I walked right past Leo and went straight to Anya, who was working a few rows over. Her face was pale, beaded with sweat, but her movements were steady and precise. "Anya," I said, holding out a water bottle I'd brought. "I brought your water." At the same time, a sharp, familiar voice chirped from behind me. "Leo. Leo." I turned. Sure enough, it was Lena, the village chief's daughter. Her hair was braided in a style suspiciously similar to Anya's, and she wore a faded blue jacket much like the one Anya had on. I had once dressed like that too, in a pathetic attempt to mimic the city girl aesthetic, only to look awkward and out of place. In my past life, Lena and I had been bitter rivals for Leo's attention. He called me desperate and clingy while I cursed him for being a conceited fool. We'd nearly tipped each other's washing basins into the river during one memorable confrontation. Now, Lena must have heard that Leo had been assigned to Widow Cooper's, and she glared at me with pure, unadulterated hostility before running straight to him. "Leo, our east wing is empty. It's clean and bright. You should come stay at our house instead," she declared, her voice ringing with confidence. Leo didn't answer her directly. Instead, he glanced sideways at me, a smug look in his eyes, probably thinking I had followed Lena here just to stir up jealousy. Mark chuckled beside him. "Wow, Leo, you've still got it. Maya's barely gone and now Lena's chasing after you." Lena blushed but stood her ground. "I'm being serious. Our place is much better than Widow Cooper's, and my mom makes the best fried flatbreads in the village." Leo gave her a warm, polite smile, the one he reserved for public consumption. "Lena, you really don't have to," he said, his voice dripping with a performative sense of duty. He raised his voice slightly, ensuring the other workers could hear. "Housing assignments for the city youths are made by the brigade. As members of the youth support program, we have to follow orders and obey instructions." He said the words, but his eyes were still drifting toward Lena's face, clearly waiting for her to insist to fight for him. Lena, however, didn't seem to pick up on his subtle cues. She just stared up at him with a look of pure, unvarnished admiration. "But you're a scholar. You hold a pen, not a hoe. You shouldn't be doing this kind of rough labor bent over in the mud all day." She lowered her voice conspiratorially. "I already told my dad you should be working in the brigade storehouse doing the accounts. It's much easier work." The words were a chilling echo of my own from a lifetime ago. I had said the exact same thing to my father. As she spoke, Anya was quietly working next to Leo. The sun was high now and sweat soaked his forehead, his hair sticking to his skin in damp strands. But Anya's hands never paused, moving with a steady, practiced rhythm, her planting technique already more uniform than some of the older villagers. She straightened up, probably to relieve her numb legs, and noticed I was still holding the bottle of brown sugar water. She gave me that gentle smile again, two shallow dimples appearing on her cheeks. "Thank you," she said again. She truly didn't seem to give Leo Vance any weight in her world. Mark sidled up to me without me noticing. "You used to blow up whenever Leo talked to another girl," he teased, a malicious glint in his eye. "Look at you now. So calm." I didn't even look up as I helped Anya pour the sweet water into her own bowl. "You're mistaken," I said, my voice flat. "There is nothing between me and Leo Vance." And it was true. There really was nothing. Leo had never wanted to be seen with me in public. He always said it would damage my reputation. Every secret meeting had been just that. A secret under the old willow by the river, with me always waiting for him first. Yet he had no problem accepting the dress shirt I spent months saving fabric coupons to buy, or the powdered milk my mother had specially procured from the county town. To the outside world, it always looked like I was the desperate one chasing him. Suddenly, Mark said, his tone mocking, "Maya, weren't you the one always hanging around Leo? You really are quite the flirt." For a moment I was frozen, not understanding his meaning. Then I heard Anya's voice, cool and clear, from behind me. "Mark, you're a city youth. We were sent here to support the countryside, not to gossip like old women in a knitting circle. Mind your own work." Mark was clearly taken aback. All right. Geez, Anya." Then, as if to save face, he added, "You better watch out for Maya. She's not as simple as she looks. Last time she almost pushed Lena into the river. She's vicious like that. How dare you twist the truth?" I shot up from my crouch, trembling with a rage so visceral it stole my breath. It was Lena's basin that fell in. She slipped. That's why she fell, not because of me. Mark just hoisted his hoe over his shoulder and walked away, a smirk on his face. The memory of what came after in my past life, The accident, that left me paralyzed, and Mark's feigned ignorance when the police questioned him, left me drained and hollow. I slumped down at the edge of the field, overwhelmed by a frustration so deep it felt like a physical weight. "Don't mind him," Anya said softly as she walked over and sat beside me. She gently patted my shoulder. I kept my head down, saying nothing, my eyes stinging with unshed tears. "I believe you," she said. I looked up at her sharply. There wasn't a trace of doubt in her expression. In my entire life, aside from my parents, no one had ever believed in me so instantly, so firmly. What she said next stunned me even more. "Actually," she began, her voice low, "I don't really know Leo that well." I was taken aback. "But, didn't he say he liked you? That you two were close? That you even requested to come here together?" After all, in my previous life, Leo's memoir had been a bestseller. Its popularity had rivaled Under the Hawthorn Tree. People everywhere had wept over the tragic, profound love story of Leo Vance and Anya Petrova. But now Anya's face turned cold, her eyes full of a dismissive indifference. "There is nothing between me and Leo Vance. We arrived on the same truck when we first came. We just happened to be assigned to the same commune." She explained that all those ambiguous rumors had actually originated from Leo himself. According to her, he barely spoke to her, no more than he did to the cadre who managed the work points. "He said people were always looking at him with judgmental eyes," she continued. "And when he found out I had feelings for him, he claimed he finally had an excuse to shake off that girl." I stared at her, the foundation of my previous life's narrative cracking and crumbling to dust. The great love story was a lie, a fabrication Leo had built to aggrandize himself and shift blame. Meanwhile, Leo and Lena were still standing on the ridge, chatting as if they had all the time in the world. Old man Jiang, the cadre in charge of tallying work points, was already frowning. He was a stern man who despised laziness. "Leo," he snapped. "If Lena has something to say, let her say it back in the village. Don't distract others while they're working. Wasted time comes out of someone's pay." Lena saw the stern look on old man Jiang's face and had no choice but to leave, albeit reluctantly. The moment she was gone, Leo looked over at me, his voice laced with obvious baiting. "Maya, didn't you say you wanted me to help copy down some political quotations to post on the wall? I'm free after work today." We all knew the truth. The section of the paddy he was supposed to be working was largely untouched, the seedlings mostly planted by Anya while he stood around posing. He probably assumed my coldness was just an act, that a single kind offer would send me running back to him, grateful and adoring. "No need," I said, my voice firm. "My mother already asked Mr. Zhang, the teacher at the village elementary school. His handwriting is much better than yours." I packed up the now empty flask and turned to leave. Leo's face froze in a mask of stunned disbelief. Clearly, Lena's intervention hadn't worked. Her father, the village chief, was a stickler for rules and wouldn't change an assignment just because of his daughter's whims. Leo was stuck at Widow Cooper's. And I, for the first time, was walking away without a backward glance. The path ahead was still unclear, but the path behind me was finally closing, and for that I was fiercely, profoundly grateful. The next few weeks settled into a new, strange rhythm. Leo was still staying at Widow Cooper's. Every day as he passed by our courtyard on his way to and from the fields, he would sometimes slow his pace, his eyes flickering toward our gate. He was waiting, I knew, for me to come running out to apologize, to beg him to come back. But I never did. He probably hadn't yet experienced the full, grinding misery of life under Widow Cooper's roof. She was a master of appearances. Publicly, she would bring him hot water, clucking sympathetically about the hard work. But behind closed doors she was notoriously tight-fisted. She'd serve him bowls of porridge so thin you could count the grains of rice at the bottom, and the pickled vegetables were doled out as if they were gold. She was a virtuoso at playing the poor, put-upon widow, boasting to the brigade leaders about all she did for the city youth while secretly counting every mouthful he ate. In my past life, when Anya had been assigned there, the care packages her family sent, powdered milk, cloth, precious soap, were all safely stored by Widow Cooper. By the time Anya found out, the milk had been drunk by her son Ben, and the fabric had been sewn into clothes for one of her nieces. These stories were all detailed in Leo's memoir, every word dripping with resentment toward me, as if I were the architect of that misery. Now that he was the one living it, maybe he'd finally understand. About half a month later, chaos erupted one morning in the cornfield. Leo had fainted. By the time Anya and I arrived, drawn by the commotion, he had already been carried to the ridge. His face was pale as parchment, his lips tinged with a worrying blue. Mark was pacing in frantic circles around him. "Leo, come on man. Wake up," he yelled, his panic palpable. Anya, however, remained preternaturally calm. She pulled a small flask from her satchel, her own personal stash of brown sugar water which she hadn't even touched, and knelt beside him. She gently pried open his mouth and slowly dripped the sweet liquid onto his tongue. It was a long, tense while before Leo's eyelids finally fluttered open. What happened to me?" he whispered, his voice faint as a mosquito's buzz. The brigade doctor, who had just arrived, knelt and checked him over. "Low blood sugar," he announced. "Nothing serious, just hunger. He needs to eat more substantial food, not just thin porridge all the time." The doctor looked around. "What did you have for breakfast this morning?" Leo's lips moved weakly. "Just a bowl of vegetable porridge." As soon as the words were out, Widow Cooper, who had come running to see the spectacle, let out a dramatic wail and collapsed to the ground, beating her thighs with her hands. "Oh Leo, if something happens to you, how will I ever face the village?" she cried, wiping at her dry eyes with her sleeve. "I've been getting up before the chickens to cook for you. I even made you eggs the other day. How can you say such a thing?" Her performance was shrill and theatrical, a clear attempt to clear her own name in front of the gathered crowd. Leo said nothing. He just sat there quietly as someone helped him to the shade of a nearby tree to rest. Obviously he wouldn't be working today. And with no work there would be no work points. Mark, ever the opportunist, couldn't be bothered to track his own points, let alone worry about Leo's. That afternoon, as I stepped out of the brigade office, I saw Leo Carter staggering toward me, his steps slow and unsteady. The sun cast his shadow long and distorted on the dirt path. The usual arrogant lift of his chin was gone, replaced by a profound weariness he couldn't disguise. "Vaya," he said, his voice raspy. Can you lend me some ration coupons?" Hearing his voice, so stripped of its former condescension, sent a jolt through me. I looked at his face, now tanned and roughened by the sun, at the lifeless dullness in his eyes. The work he was doing now was a world away from the cushy job I had secured for him in my past life. Back then, I had pestered my dad into giving him a position handling point records and reading announcements. All he had to do was stroll to the brigade office for a few hours a day and he'd still earn full work points. Now he had to rise before dawn with the other villagers, spend hours bent double planting rice, swing a heavy hoe to weed the fields. There was no dodging the labor. And compared to the youth dormitory, Widow Cooper's place was a special kind of hell. At least the dorm had a shared kitchen where you could get a thick, filling porridge. But everyone knew Widow Cooper's cornmeal gruel was little more than flavored water. Forget about white flour or meat. She barely gave him a sliver of pickled radish with his meals. After 2 weeks of this relentless cycle of hard labor and near starvation, anyone would break. Worse still, her son Ben often had screaming fits in the middle of the night. Sometimes he'd run barefoot to the door of Leo's room, banging on it and shouting, "New wife! Open up! I want my new wife!" Leo's once fair skin was now dark and leathery. His hair, usually so carefully arranged, was a greasy, tangled mess stuck to his sweaty forehead. He no longer looked like a bookish intellectual. He looked like a broken, exhausted laborer. But I also remembered how, in my past life, every time Anya emerged from Widow Smith's home for work, she was always neat, her clothes clean, her eyes still holding a spark of determination. She never let her circumstances break her spirit. I shook my head. No. I didn't wait for him to say another word. In the past, the slightest hint of need from him would have me frantically digging out my ration coupons, pressing them into his hand without a second thought. He always called it borrowing, but he never returned a single one. "If you really can't take it anymore," I said, my tone devoid of sympathy, "talk to the team leader. Ask to be reassigned." Then I turned and walked away, leaving him standing there, a hollowed-out shell of his former self. I didn't look back. After that day I didn't see him for a while. Widow Cooper was too stingy to let go of the extra food allocation that came with hosting a city youth. Every time the team leader checked in, she'd put on her devoted act, swearing she was treating Leo like her own son. But the fact that he was fainting in the fields was something the villagers had seen with their own eyes. Just when I thought he might finally swallow his pride and formally request a transfer, something entirely unexpected happened. Lena fell into the river. It was Leo who jumped in and saved her. No one saw exactly how it happened. The story that spread was that Leo, despite his own weakened state, had heroically plunged into the water and dragged a struggling Lena to safety. When Lena was finally carried home, sobbing and shaken by her frantic mother, Leo lay passed out on the riverbank, exhausted and half-drowned. They said he had used up every last ounce of his strength to save her. Lena's father, the village chief, took one look at Leo's unconscious form and then at his daughter's pale, terrified face, and made an immediate decision. "Move Leo Vance to our east wing," he commanded his wife. "You take good care of him." Just like that, Leo was officially extracted from Widow Cooper's clutches and installed in the comfortable, well-provisioned home of the village chief. Later, as I was walking home from the brigade office, I happened to run into Lena's mother carrying a basket laden with brown sugar and eggs. When she saw me, she didn't hesitate to start talking, her voice brimming with newfound admiration for her future son-in-law. "If it weren't for Leo, our Lena might be dead," she declared. "He's such a good boy. So honest. He risked his own life for her. He needs to be well-fed now. He needs to be taken care of." Mark came over and leaned close to me, waggling his eyebrows. "See? Leo's still got his moves. Not only does he get a better house, he gets to eat white flour buns every day now." I didn't answer him. I just kept thinking about the pathetic, desperate figure Leo had cut when he begged me for ration coupons. Was that whole fainting spell just an act? Was the river rescue a calculated setup to escape Widow Cooper and ingratiate himself with the most powerful family in the village? "Don't you think something's off?" I turned and asked Mark. Leo could barely stand up straight at work. And now he has the strength to jump into a rushing river and save someone. Mark's face stiffened. "You just can't stand to see Leo catch a break, can you?" he retorted, his loyalty to his friend unshaken. I didn't reply. I just stared off in the direction of the chief's courtyard, a heavy, uneasy feeling settling in my chest. Lena wasn't a malicious person, just naive and infatuated. I couldn't help but feel a sense of impending doom for her. That afternoon, I deliberately took the long way home, which passed by the village chief's house. I saw Leo sitting on a stone bench in the spacious courtyard, basking in the sun like a contented cat. Lena stood beside him, handing him a cup of water, her expression one of pure adoration. After a while, Leo got up and went inside, presumably to rest. When I pushed open the gate and stepped into the courtyard, Lena looked over. The smile on her face faded, replaced by a defensive coolness. "What are you doing here?" she asked. I met her gaze squarely. "Did you do it on purpose?" asked my voice low. "You've walked that riverbank path for over 10 years. How could you suddenly slip on a rock?" Her eyes widened in shock, then narrowed in anger. "What are you talking about?" "Leo Vance isn't a good person," I said, the words tumbling out. "He's using this opportunity. He's using you to get out of Widow Cooper's house and into a life of ease." At that, Lena slammed the enamel mug she was holding down onto the stone table with a sharp clang. "So what if that's what he wanted? I let him. Even if he planned it, what does it matter?" I wanted to tell her more, to describe the cold, calculating person Leo truly was beneath the charming facade. But just as I opened my mouth, she cut me off, her voice trembling with fury. "Maya, you just can't stand to see me happy." She stood up, her back ramrod straight, her fists clenched at her sides. "When you were chasing after Leo, you glared daggers at me for just talking to him. Now that he's staying at my house, you show up just to trash talk him. Stop being so petty." The look in her eyes, a mix of conviction and wounded pride, stunned me into silence. I realized then that some people would cling to their chosen illusions until reality broke them. There was nothing I could say that would penetrate the fortress of her belief. I swallowed my words, the bitterness of them sticking in my throat. I turned to leave, the weight in my chest now a solid, cold stone. "Hey, Maya." Lena's voice stopped me at the gate. She crossed her arms. "Leo lives at my house now. My dad is the village chief. If Leo tries anything shady, my dad won't let him off easy. And neither will my brothers." I didn't respond. I just walked out, the image of her defiant, lovesick face burned into my mind. She believed she held the power, that her family's position would keep him in check. She had no idea what kind of man she was inviting into her life, what depths of resentment and ambition lay behind Leo's carefully constructed mask. When I got home, Anya noticed my grim expression immediately. She was mending a tear in one of my work shirts, her needle moving in and out with precise, efficient stitches. "Did something happen?" she asked, her voice calm. Our relationship had been neutral lately. We coexisted peacefully under the same roof, but we hadn't spoken much about the Leo situation. Now, after hesitating for a long moment, the words spilled out. "What if," I began, my voice tight, "what if Leo and Lena really end up together?" The thought felt like a betrayal, not of Lena but of some fundamental sense of justice. Lena might be impulsive and spoiled, but she wasn't evil. Tying her life to Leo's felt like sentencing her to a future of manipulation and unhappiness. Anya didn't stop her mending, but her voice was soft and measured. "Everyone makes their own choices, Maya. That's their decision. It has nothing to do with you. But it does have something to do with me." I suddenly broke down, the emotions of the day overwhelming me. Sobs racked my body. "Anya, if I hadn't changed my mind, Leo would be staying at our house right now. That means you would have been the one assigned to Widow Cooper's place. And you would have had such a hard time." Anya froze, the needle pausing in midair. Finally, I had given voice to the secret burden I had been carrying from my past life. "I'm sorry, Anya," I whispered, the apology meant for 2 lifetimes. But she shook her head, her expression not one of forgiveness, but of simple, stark clarity. "You're wrong, Maya," she said firmly. She looked up, her gaze direct and unwavering. "You didn't do anything to hurt me. You don't owe me an apology." Her words were so different from the narrative Leo had always spun, the one that echoed in my mind. "If it weren't for you, Maya, Anya wouldn't have suffered so much." "This is my life," Anya said, her voice gaining a steely edge. She set the mending aside and turned fully to face me, her eyes so bright and clear they seemed to catch the last of the afternoon light. "It was the brigade leader's decision to assign me to Widow Cooper's house. And even if living there had been terrible, I wouldn't have given up. I would have earned my work points, found a way to study, and waited for a chance to return to the city. I wouldn't just sit around waiting for someone to throw me a lifeline." "But Leo said," I blurted out, catching myself just in time. I had nearly revealed the knowledge from my past life, from his own self-aggrandizing memoir. "Leo Carter only ever thinks about himself," Anya continued, her tone laced with a disdain I had never heard from her before. "Even if you hadn't changed your mind and he'd stayed at your house, seeing me go to Widow Cooper's wouldn't have moved him one bit. He complains non-stop when he's uncomfortable. Do you really think he'd care about someone else's suffering?" Her words hit me with the force of a thunderclap. I thought back to everything from my past life. He was right. If Leo had truly cared for Anya, why had he never lifted a finger to help her when she was suffering? Why had he enjoyed the comfort I provided while she endured hardship just a few houses away? It turned out I didn't have to carry the weight of someone else's fate. The guilt I had been shouldering wasn't mine to bear. Anya looked at me, and in her eyes was a clarity so sharp it cut through all the fog and confusion in my mind. "Just like I'm living here now," she said. "You gave me a chance and I'll walk the rest of the path on my own." Everything in her words, everything between the lines, was full of a profound and well-earned disdain for Leo Carter. In his memoir from my past life, he had claimed that he and Anya Petrova had once shared a deep, mutual affection. But maybe that was all just in his head. Leo was the type of person who loved glorifying himself. When life didn't go his way, he prettied up the past to make himself look better. No one should take a personal memoir like that at face value. That conversation with Anya was a key turning a lock deep inside me. A window I hadn't known was shut swung wide open, letting in a clean, sharp breeze of liberation. The ghost of my past was finally, truly, beginning to loosen its grip. The conversation with Anya opened something inside me, like a locked window swinging wide to let in fresh, clean air. The oppressive guilt I'd carried since my return began to dissipate, replaced by a fragile but growing sense of agency. My life was my own to build, not a penance for past mistakes. That morning, my mother returned from dropping off some pickled vegetables at the village school with a piece of news. "Old Mr. Zhang's wife is pregnant," she announced, brushing flour from her hands. "Her legs are swelling up terribly. He's looking for someone to substitute teach for him, maybe for half a year. The first person who sprang to my mind was Anya. She had a solid academic foundation, her handwriting was elegant and clear, and she had a calm, patient demeanor. She would be perfect for it. I mentioned it to my father that evening, emphasizing Anya's qualifications. He listened, nodded, and went to speak with the village chief the very next day. The chief, aware of Anya's reputation as a quiet, studious girl, approved it on the spot, saying she could come for a trial interview. The interview was set for the following afternoon. Anya spent the evening quietly reviewing a tattered old textbook, her brow furrowed in concentration. I felt a flutter of nervous excitement for her. This was a way out of the back-breaking labor in the fields, a chance to use her mind. On the day of the interview, I walked with her to the schoolhouse, waiting outside under the shade of a large elm tree. It felt like an eternity before she emerged, but when she did, the small, genuine smile on her face told me everything. Both the chief and Mr. Zhang were pleased, she said, her eyes shining with a quiet joy I'd rarely seen in her. You're hired, they said. I start in a few days. I felt a surge of triumph so sharp it was almost painful. This was right. This was how things were supposed to be. But today, when I accompanied Anya to the brigade office to collect her teaching materials, we had barely reached the doorway when we heard Lena's voice, bright and chirping from inside. And there was Leo. He was wearing a brand new blue khaki jacket, the cuffs sharply pressed. He had regained that confident, almost smug glow he always wore when he felt he was in a position of advantage. He looked like a completely different person from the gaunt, desperate figure who had begged me for ration coupons. Lena was leaning against her father's desk, her voice sweet and wheedling. Daddy, once Leo finishes up here, we're going to the commune to get fitted for our wedding clothes. Hurry up and finish the paperwork, okay? The words landed like a physical blow. Wedding clothes. It all clicked into place with a sickening finality. Leo wanted the teaching position for himself. What shocked me even more was the speed of it all. He and Lena were already engaged. I walked straight to the chief's desk, my steps firm despite the tremor in my hands. We're here to pick up the teaching materials for Miss Petrova, I said, my voice deceptively calm. The village chief, Lena's father, fiddled with his tobacco pipe, not quite meeting my eyes. Oh Maya. About Anya Petrova. He cleared his throat. After further consideration, we've decided that Leo Vance might be a better fit for the teaching post. So we won't be needing Anya for the position after all. My composure shattered. But you already agreed. My voice rose, sharp with disbelief and anger. You told her she was hired. In his memoir, Leo had written that his greatest regret was missing his chance with Anya. Yet here he was, stealing not just her chance at love, but her chance at a better, easier life, all for his own comfort. So much for his supposed depth and principle. A man's supposed integrity had collapsed faster than a house of cards in the face of a real opportunity. Anya tugged gently on my sleeve, a silent plea for me to not make a scene. I caught sight of Lena's smug, triumphant smile from behind her father and had no choice but to swallow the hot, bitter words rising in my throat. After we stepped outside, the bright sunlight feeling like an insult, Leo caught up with us. He pretended not to know anything, his face a mask of polite inquiry. Maya, Anya, what are you two doing here? He asked. He glanced at Lena, who had hooked her arm possessively through his. We're just heading to the commune to get measured for our engagement outfits. His whole posture was a declaration. Look at us. Look how well I'm doing now. Lena puffed out her chest, proudly shaking a red string bracelet on her wrist. Once we're officially engaged, we're inviting the whole village to a candy feast. You better come, Maya. Anya, her face a carefully neutral mask, simply said, Congratulations. After the two of them walked off, their linked arms a symbol of their sealed bargain, I muttered in frustration, Anya, this is ridiculous. It's not right. But Anya remained preternaturally calm. She looked down at the packet of unopened teaching materials she still held, materials she would now never use. It was enough just to be considered, she said softly. You can't force something that wasn't meant to be. That's not it, I insisted, my chest tight with a sense of injustice. She had spent all of last night preparing blackboard exercises, her face lit with a sense of purpose. And now it had been snatched away by Leo's opportunism. I looked into her eyes and a memory from my past life surfaced, clear and potent. Anya, I said, my voice dropping to a whisper. Give it 6 more months. He looked puzzled. 6 months. I nodded, a firm, decisive gesture. Half a year from now, a huge opportunity is coming. Way better than a substitute teacher gig. I leaned closer. You'll be able to go wherever you want. Stand on any stage you choose. As for Leo, he was acting like he'd won the world with this measly teaching job. But when the national exams came back, and I knew with certainty they would, and he realized he was tied down by his engagement to the village chief's daughter, when even applying would require the Lee family's permission, he would regret it more than anyone. And sure enough, just 6 months after Leo and Lena's hasty wedding, the news broke like a thunderclap. The national college entrance examinations were reinstated. The announcement swept through Oakwood like a wildfire. The city youths dropped their tools and wept openly, their years of waiting and hoping finally vindicated. Even Anya, usually so composed, had red-rimmed eyes, clutching a tattered textbook to her chest as if it were a lifeline. She had never stopped studying in secret, never given up on the dream of returning to her education. This was the chance they had all been clinging to for years. When my parents heard the news, they stayed up half the night, rummaging through every trunk and drawer in the house. They pulled out all the old books they had kept, relics from my brother's brief schooling and a few of my own forgotten primers. The next day, my father even asked a cousin who was going to the county market to buy whatever usable prep books he could find. The moment they brought the books home, my mother shoved the whole stack into Anya's hands. "Anya, don't you go to the fields anymore," she said, her voice firm. "Starting today, you just stay home and study. Maya will handle the chores." I quickly emptied my old wooden chest, using it as a makeshift desk for her in the West Wing. But when I brought the box of books over, Anya looked up at me, her expression serious. "Maya," she said, "don't just help me. Let's study together." I froze, my hand still on the box. I pointed at my own chest, incredulous. "Me? You think I can go to college?" The idea was ludicrous. I had never even finished middle school. Just recognizing all the characters on a page felt like a monumental task. The dream of sitting for a college entrance exam had never once crossed my mind in this life. In my last life, I'd only signed up for literacy classes to stay close to Leo, a pathetic attempt to bridge the gap I felt between us. He had tutored me for 2 days before his patience snapped. "You're so stupid," he had sneered. "Even a pig learns faster. Forget it, Maya. Just leave this to me. Once I get into college, you'll live the good life with me. You don't need to learn anything." I scratched my head, a wave of insecurity washing over me. "I'm too old for this, aren't I? I probably can't do it." Anya looked at me, her gaze steady and unwavering. "Why not?" she countered. "Didn't the team leader say you're quick and organized? You've been great with all the accounting work at the brigade office." She tapped the cover of a math primer. "This isn't so different. It's just logic and practice." I was about to shake my head again, to retreat into the familiar comfort of low expectations, when my mother walked in with a freshly boiled egg, a rare treat. "Give it a shot, sweetie," she said, placing the egg in my hand. Its warmth was a small, solid comfort. "No one in our family has ever gone to college. If both of you make it, I'll go burn incense at the ancestral shrine myself." Her words, simple and heartfelt, made my heart pound against my ribs. My brother had passed away young and I was their only remaining child. When Leo had received his admission letter in my last life, it was under the guise of being my fiancé. My parents had been overjoyed, whispering about burning incense for our ancestors. Then he took the letter and returned to the city alone, their hopes turning to dust. If I could earn that letter myself with my own name on it, even if it wasn't from a top-tier university, it would be a triumph. It would be something I had done for myself and for them. So, for the next 40 days I plunged into a world of equations, classical literature and political theory. I studied with Anya, my initial awkwardness slowly giving way to a dogged determination. Even in my dreams, I was reciting historical timelines and solving algebra problems. Anya was a patient, brilliant teacher, breaking down complex concepts into manageable pieces. For the first time, I wasn't learning to impress someone or to close a perceived gap. I was learning for the sheer, exhilarating challenge of it. On the day we went to register for the exams, my stomach was a tight knot of nerves. The registration office at the commune was crowded with hopeful faces, young and old. And there, amidst the throng, I spotted Leo with a visibly pregnant Lena glued to his side, glaring at everyone with possessive suspicion. They said the moment the news about the reinstated exams had come out, Leo had locked himself in the east wing of the chief's house, pulling out his old textbooks, determined to seize this chance. But the next morning when he told Lena he needed to focus on his exam preparation, she had exploded. "You want to take the exam so you can leave and never come back? Is that it?" she had screamed, her voice shrill with panic. "What about me? What about our baby?" Leo had tried to reason with her. "If I get into college, I can give you and the baby a better life. I can't stay in this village forever, bending over in the mud." "Well, I want to stay in this village," Lena had shouted back. The argument had grown so loud that half the village had heard it. The village chief had to step in. Looking at his daughter's tear-streaked, furious face, he had sided with her. "Leo, you're part of this family now," he'd said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Act like a husband. Lena's pregnant. You can't be stressing her out like this." In the end, with Lena's father and her 3 hulking brothers standing over him, Leo had no choice but to write a formal guarantee, pressing his red thumbprint onto the paper, swearing that once he graduated he would bring Lena to live with him in the city. But Lena was still terrified. She kept him busy with endless chores, fetching water, chopping wood, even sitting beside her while she sewed, a ritual she called building marital affection. Her brothers were a constant, looming presence, showing up every few days to remind Leo exactly whose brother-in-law he was and what would happen if he stepped out of line. Leo had never endured anything like this. In my past life at our house, my parents had treated him like an honored guest. He never lifted a finger. He could sit for hours with his books undisturbed while I did all the work. Now if he wanted to crack open a textbook he had to wait until Lena was napping, sneaking a few pages in like a thief, the threat of her wrath hanging over him. So when he saw me carefully filling out my own registration form, his face contorted with pure, unadulterated disbelief. "You're applying to college too?" he asked, his tone implying I was attempting something absurdly above my station. I didn't look up, concentrating on forming the characters of my name neatly in the boxes. "Yeah," I replied, my voice steady. He let out a short, derisive laugh, adopting that patronizing tone of someone who's been through it all. "Maya, listen to me. College isn't that easy. You need a solid foundation. This isn't like copying work points." But I was discovering it wasn't as hard as I'd been led to believe. I finished writing and handed my form to the clerk. Then I turned and gave him a small, cool smile. "After all," I said, "I don't have a husband or a baby to worry about. And Anya always says I'm smart and pick things up fast." The look on his face, a mixture of shock, envy, and simmering resentment, was worth every hour of grueling study. I turned and walked away, leaving him standing there, trapped in the gilded cage of his own making. For the first time I was the one walking toward freedom while he was the one left behind. The weeks following the national exam were a peculiar kind of torture. A thick blanket of anticipation settled over Oakwood, smothering everyday sounds and stretching time itself. Every conversation eventually circled back to the exams, to rumors of who had done well, and to the dreaded, hoped-for admission letters. By the following April the letters began to arrive. The mailman, Old Gao, became the most important person in the village. Every day he would make his way to the brigade office, his leather satchel heavy with envelopes that held entire futures. He'd call out names as if announcing lottery winners, his voice echoing across the square. 7 or 8 of the city youths received their letters, their whoops of joy and tearful relief punctuating the tense air. Each celebration was a small dagger in my heart, a reminder of my own precarious hope. The day Anya's letter came, Old Gao's voice seemed to crack with the importance of the announcement. "Anya Petrova. Admission letter. From Hua University." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd gathered at the office. Hua University. It was one of the most prestigious schools in the country. The village chief himself, Lena's father, took the envelope with the imposing school emblem, his hands trembling slightly as he checked the name 3 times before finally, reverently, handing it over to Anya. Her face, usually so composed, broke into a radiant, disbelieving smile. She clutched the envelope to her chest, her eyes shining with tears. I felt a joy for her so pure it momentarily eclipsed my own anxiety. But my own name never came. Day after day I waited in the stuffy brigade office, my hopes rising with old Gao's arrival and plummeting with his departure. Each time I walked back home, the weight of disappointment grew heavier, a cold stone settling in my stomach. Once, Leo even attempted to console me, his tone laced with a condescension that had become his default setting. "Maya, don't take it the wrong way," he said as I stared blankly at the empty mail slot. "I'm just being honest. Someone with your educational background was never really in the running. You shouldn't have gotten your hopes up." I ignored him, turning away from his smug, pitying expression. He, of course, had not received a letter either. The rumor was that he had suffered a severe bout of diarrhea on the morning of the exam, a convenient illness many whispered was induced by the stress of his domestic situation. He had apparently passed out at the test site and had to be carried out. I didn't know if it was true, but it fit the narrative of a man crumbling under the weight of his own choices. Another 5 agonizing days passed. That afternoon I was in the West Wing, helping Anya pack her few belongings for her impending trip to Beijing. A mix of excitement for her and a profound sadness for myself churned in my gut. This was it. She was leaving and I was staying. The dream was over. Then from outside the courtyard wall I heard it. Old Gao's voice, louder than usual, shouting my name. "Maya Li. Admission letter. For Maya Li. From a university in Beijing." For a second I thought I had imagined it. I stood frozen, a folded shirt in my hands. Anya looked at me, her eyes wide. "Maya, did you hear that?" I dropped the shirt and ran. I burst through the courtyard gate and there was old Gao, holding a crisp, official-looking envelope. I rushed over, my heart hammering a wild, frantic rhythm against my ribs. I took the envelope, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it. I carefully examined it. It was real. My name was printed clearly on the front. The return address was a university in Beijing, not as prestigious as Anya's but a solid, good school. It was, in fact, the very school Anya had once circled for me on a list, noting it was strong in education and close to her own campus. "I got in," I whispered, the words feeling foreign on my tongue. Then louder, a disbelieving laugh escaping me. "I got in, Anya. I actually got in." She leaned in to look, and her smile was even brighter and more excited than when she had received her own letter. "I told you, Maya. I knew you could do it." "Thank you," I said, my voice thick with emotion, tears finally spilling over. I grabbed her hands. "Thank you. If you hadn't pulled me into this, if you hadn't taught me how to do the problems, I wouldn't have even understood the textbooks. I had never once in all my years imagined I would make it to college. In my past life, all I'd wanted was to follow Leo to the city, a pathetic appendage to his success. But now I was going on my own. Because of Anya. Because of my own work. Yet she shook her head, her expression firm. "No, Maya. You earned this." She pointed to the envelope in my hands. "Every character of your name on that letter, you fought for it yourself. You did the work. I just showed you the path." The village held a celebration feast for all the students from Oakwood who had passed the exams. Anya and I sat at the long table, listening to the others share their news, their voices buzzing with the sheer, unbelievable reality of it all. "Tuition is completely waived," one young man exclaimed. "We even get a living stipend every month. After graduation we get assigned teaching jobs directly. No need to worry about employment." It was a chorus of liberation, of doors swinging open to futures that had, just months ago, seemed like impossible fantasies. Then a commotion erupted from a nearby table. We turned and saw Leo, his face flushed and angry, holding a bottle of sorghum wine. He was pointing it accusingly at Mark, who looked deeply uncomfortable. "How the hell did you get in?" Leo slurred, his voice loud and belligerent. "Mark, you couldn't even do basic trigonometry back in the day. This isn't right. This can't be right." Mark's expression was a mixture of pity and embarrassment. "Leo, man, what are you even saying? I was the top of my class." Leo shouted, slamming the bottle down on the table, making the dishes rattle. "I was supposed to be better than all of you. Why do you get to go to a teacher's college? And Maya, that farm girl gets to go to Beijing and I got nothing." Anyone could hear the raw, festering bitterness in his voice. There was none of the proud, confident glow he had possessed when he held his admission letter in my past life. He was a man watching a train pull away from the station, realizing he had missed it forever. The village team leader who was sitting at our table shook his head sadly. "He just can't accept it," he muttered to the others. "It's a shame. The exams don't happen just once. He can try again next year." In the end, a mortified Lena, her face pale and tight with humiliation, dragged him away, half pulling, half scolding him as he stumbled. It was a pathetic, ignoble end to his public display. A few weeks later, Anya and I boarded a bus that would take us to the train station and then to Beijing. As the familiar landscape of Oakwood receded, replaced by fields and then by the outskirts of larger towns, I felt the shadows of my past life finally, truly begin to fade. They were not gone, but they had lost their power to haunt me. I was no longer the girl who had died under a bridge, full of regret. I was Maya Lee, college student. Life in Beijing was a revelation. The city was a vast, bustling universe of noise, color, and endless possibility. Our days were a whirlwind of lectures, library sessions, and conversations with classmates from all over the country. It was full, rich, and challenging in the best way possible. Anya thrived in her psychology program, her sharp, analytical mind perfectly suited to the subject. I, to my own continual surprise, found a deep, abiding joy in my education courses. The idea of standing in front of a classroom, of shaping young minds, filled me with a sense of purpose I had never known. We shared a small apartment near the university, a space filled with books, sunlight, and the comforting scent of tea steeping on the stove. Some weekends we would sit on our tiny balcony talking about the old days in Oakwood. We didn't laugh in mockery, but in a kind of peaceful wonder at the strange, winding paths that had led us here. Leo faded into a memory, a symbol of a version of myself that no longer existed, a cautionary tale about the danger of building your life on someone else's approval. I didn't hate him. I didn't even pity him anymore. He had made his choices just as I had finally learned to make mine. Sometimes, it takes a whole lifetime to find yourself. And sometimes, if you're as lucky as I was, you get a second chance to start over. This time I was living not for someone else's dreams, not to chase after borrowed validation, but for the girl I had once been, the girl who thought she wasn't enough. I was proving to her and to myself that she was wrong. The rhythm of our new life in Beijing was a balm to my soul. The city's constant hum was a symphony of freedom, a stark contrast to the quiet, judgmental stillness of Oakwood. Anya and I fell into a comfortable routine, our small apartment becoming a sanctuary of shared ambition and quiet companionship. We were no longer the village girl and the city youth. We were just two students, united by a shared past and a determined future. We received letters from home regularly. My mother's were filled with village gossip and proud inquiries about my studies. My father's were shorter, more practical, but always ended with a line about how he'd heard good things from the brigade accountant about my progress. Their belief in me was a steady, warm light from hundreds of miles away. The news about Leo, however, trickled in through less direct channels, via my mother's letters which relayed the village chatter. "That Leo Vance," my mother wrote during our first winter break, her script laborious. "He's become completely obsessed, they say. He tried the exams again this year, but something always happens. One time he came down with a high fever the night before. Another time he twisted his ankle on the way to the test site. It's like he's cursed." I read the words with a detached sadness. It wasn't a curse. It was the manifestation of a pressure cooker of resentment and domestic strife. He was a man trying to run with chains around his ankles. The following summer the news was more dramatic. "You won't believe it," my mother's letter began. "Leo actually scored quite well this time. Everyone was sure he'd get in. An admission letter arrived at the commune post office for him. But it never made it to Oakwood. It turned out the letter had been intercepted by Lena's oldest brother. The Sue family, terrified that a successful Leo would abandon Lena and their now toddler son, had decided to take matters into their own hands. By the time Leo found out weeks later through a friend at the commune, it was too late. The registration period had passed. According to my mother, Leo had confronted the chief, a furious, desperate scene. But with Lena's three brothers standing behind their father, their arms crossed, what could he do? He was outnumbered and outpowered in his own home. He threatened to go back to the city to rely on his parents, but by then his younger brother was married with a child of his own. There was no room for him there anymore. He had burned those bridges when he married into the most powerful family in Oakwood. It wasn't until their child was old enough to run and talk, and the Sue family felt he was too entrenched, too broken to escape, that they finally loosened their grip. They allowed him to focus on studying, perhaps hoping that a college degree earned locally might still bring some reflected glory to the family. The news that reached us during our final year of college was the most shocking of all. Leo had managed to get into a decent provincial college. He had left Oakwood a free man if only temporarily. But barely half a year into his studies, someone reported seeing him fooling around with a female classmate in the library. Lena's brothers, upon hearing the rumor, did not hesitate. They stormed the campus. When Leo adamantly denied the affair, Lena's oldest brother broke his leg on the spot. Her third brother went even further, formally reporting him to the university administration for hiding his marital status and attempting to abandon his wife and child. In that era, moral conduct was taken with the utmost seriousness. The university, faced with such a scandalous report, summoned Leo immediately. With his leg in a cast and his reputation in tatters, he had no choice but to withdraw in disgrace. He returned to Oakwood, a broken man in every sense of the word. After Anya and I graduated, she with honors in psychology, I with a teaching degree, we returned to Oakwood to process our job assignments and see our families. The village felt both familiar and strangely small. We had seen Beijing, walked its wide avenues, debated in its lecture halls. Oakwood's dusty paths and low-slung houses seemed like a diorama of a life we had outgrown. It was on our way back from the brigade office, our new assignment papers securely in our bags, that we saw him. He was wandering aimlessly near the edge of the village, close to the old river where he had saved Lena. His hair was a greasy, unkempt mess. His shirt was wrinkled and half untucked from his trousers, which were stained at the knees. The most striking change was his eyes. The once sharp, calculating eyes that had once looked down on me and my world were now dazed and hollow, focused on something in the far distance that only he could see. He was mumbling to himself, his words slurred but audible as we passed. I went to Haitian. I married the leader's daughter. He muttered, a broken record of a fabricated past. Top of my class. They were all jealous. He didn't even notice us standing just a few feet away. He was a ghost, haunting the periphery of the village he had tried so desperately to escape. I stood still for a long moment watching him. The man who had once worn his ambition like a crown, who had looked at me as if I were dirt beneath his feet, was now reduced to this. A shambling, delusional wreck, his mind the only place where his dreams of grandeur could still live. I should have felt vindicated. After all, he had belittled me, doubted me, dismissed me as stupid and unworthy. But there was no triumph in my chest. Just a quiet, profound sadness and a bitter sense of calm. He was a living cautionary tale, a monument to the destructive power of vanity and opportunism. Anya squeezed my hand gently. Let's go, she said softly, not even sparing him a second glance. Her voice held no malice, only a final, quiet dismissal. We turned and walked back toward my parents' house, leaving him to his murmurs and his ghosts. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows behind us, stretching toward the future we were about to step into, a future we had built with our own hands. Back in the city, life moved forward, relentless and full of promise. Anya quickly established herself in her field, her intelligence and empathy making her a natural psychologist. I found my place in a bustling secondary school, standing in front of a classroom of bright, curious faces. The fear that I wasn't smart enough, that I didn't belong, had been replaced by a hard-won confidence. I was exactly where I was meant to be. We continued to share an apartment, our friendship forged in the fires of our shared past and solidified by our mutual support in the present. Our home was filled with books, the soft scent of jasmine tea and the warm light of the Beijing sun. Some weekends we would still sit on our balcony talking and laughing. Leo was rarely mentioned. He had become a distant memory, a character from a sad, poorly written story we had both closed the book on. He was a symbol of a version of myself that no longer existed, a ghost I had finally laid to rest. I didn't hate him. I didn't pity him. He had made his choices and I had finally learned to make mine. His life was a tragedy of his own making. Mine was a narrative I was now actively writing. Sometimes, it takes a whole lifetime to find yourself. And sometimes, if you're as impossibly lucky as I was, you get a second chance to start over. This time I lived not for someone else's approval, not to chase after borrowed dreams, but for the girl who once thought she wasn't enough. This life, with its struggles and its triumphs, was my answer to her. It was my proof that she was wrong, that she was always enough, and that her worth was never something to be determined by the cold, dismissive gaze of a Leo Vance. The crisp Beijing air, smelling of coal dust and roasting chestnuts, was a permanent fixture in our lives now. Anya and I had settled into our careers with a sense of purpose that felt both earned and exhilarating. Our small apartment was more than a dwelling. It was a testament to how far we had come. The walls were lined with bookshelves we had built ourselves, and the window looked out onto a bustling alleyway that was a world away from the quiet fields of Oakwood. One evening, as we graded papers and reviewed case notes, a comfortable silence settled between us. It was broken by Anya. "I received a letter from my mother today," she said, not looking up from her desk. "She mentioned that Lena has opened a small sewing shop in the county town. She's moved there with her son." I put down my red pen. "And Leo?" Anya finally met my gaze, her expression neutral. "He stayed in Oakwood. He lives in the east wing of the chief's house, but from what I gather he and Lena are separated in everything but name. He doesn't work the fields. He mostly stays inside reading old newspapers or wanders around the village." The image was clear and bleak. He had become a permanent fixture, a ghost in his own home, a living reminder of a failed bargain. "It's a sad story," I said, and I meant it. It was a tragedy that had unfolded in slow motion, its ending written the moment he saw Lena as a stepping stone rather than a person. "It is," Anya agreed. "But it's not your story, Maya. It never was." Her words were a final, gentle absolution. He was right. The threads of our lives, which had been so painfully tangled in my first life, were now completely severed. His path had spiraled downward into delusion and bitterness, while mine had opened up into a world of possibility and self-determination. A few months later, I was offered a promotion to head the Chinese department at my school. It was a challenging role, one that would require more meetings, more administrative work, but also a chance to shape the curriculum to make a larger impact. The old Maya, the one who had deferred to Leo's supposed intellectual superiority, would have shrunk from the responsibility. The new Maya accepted it with a nervous but steady heart. To celebrate, Anya insisted on taking me out to a restaurant, a proper one with white tablecloths and menus. As we sat toasting with cups of warm tea, I looked at her. My friend, my savior, the one who had seen a potential in me that I had been blind to. "Do you ever think about what would have happened?" I asked her. "If I hadn't changed my mind that day in the square?" She considered this, swirling the tea in her cup. "Sometimes," she admitted. "But not in the way you might think. I don't think of it as you saving me from Widow Cooper. I think of it as you giving us both a chance. A chance for a different kind of friendship. A chance for you to see your own strength." She smiled. "I think we both saved each other in a way. You gave me a safe harbor and I suppose I gave you a key." "A key?" I asked. "To the cage you were in," she said simply. "The one built from other people's expectations and from your own lack of belief." Tears pricked at my eyes. She had put into words the transformation I had felt but had never been able to articulate. She hadn't just helped me get into college. She had handed me the tools to dismantle the prison of my own insecurities. We left the restaurant, our arms linked, walking through the brightly lit streets. The city pulsed around us, a giant living entity that had embraced us as its own. I thought of the village square, the scorching sun, the smell of my father's tobacco, and the desperate, foolish girl I had been. She felt like a character from a book I had read long ago, her pain real but distant. The echoes of that past life were faint now, like far-off thunder after a storm has passed. They no longer had the power to shake me. The ending of that story had been written in loneliness and regret. The ending of this one was still being written with every lesson I taught, every quiet evening with Anya, every letter from my proud parents. Leo Vance was a closed chapter, a sad footnote in the history of a village I rarely thought of anymore. His misery was his own, a consequence of his choices, just as my contentment was the fruit of mine. I had learned that happiness isn't something that happens to you when you finally win someone's approval. It's something you build brick by brick with your own two hands from the materials of self-respect, hard work, and the love of those who see you for who you truly are. As we turned the corner onto our street, I felt a profound sense of peace. The journey had been long and painful, but I had reached the shore. I was home in every sense of the word. The years folded into one another with the gentle rhythm of a life well lived. My role as head of the Chinese department was demanding, but it filled me with a deep sense of accomplishment. I took pride in mentoring young teachers, in introducing new books to the curriculum, in seeing the spark of understanding ignite in a student's eyes. This was my stage, and I stood on it with a confidence that had once been unimaginable. Anya's career flourished similarly. She became a respected figure in her clinic, known for her keen insight and compassionate approach. We still shared an apartment, a partnership of convenience that had deepened into a sisterhood. Our home was a constant, a place of quiet industry, shared meals, and easy silence. We visited Oakwood occasionally for holidays or family milestones. The village seemed to shrink with each visit, its dramas feeling smaller, more contained. My parents aged gracefully, their pride in me a tangible force that filled their small house. They never spoke of Leo, and I never asked. On one such visit, a few years after we'd established ourselves in the city, my mother pulled me aside while we were shelling peas on the doorstep. "I saw him the other day," she said quietly, not looking at me. "Leo. In the general store. He was buying a bottle of liquor. He didn't recognize me." She shook her head, a sigh escaping her lips. "He looks much older than his years. The light's gone out of him completely." I nodded, a pang of that now familiar, detached sadness touching my heart. "It's a shame," I said, and it was. "It is," my mother agreed. "But it's his own doing. A man who spends his life looking for the easy path often finds it leads straight into a swamp." She patted my knee, her hand rough and familiar. "You, my girl, you took the hard road. And look where it led you." Her simple wisdom summed it up perfectly. Leo had sought leverage, comfort, and a way to bypass struggle. In doing so, he had trapped himself. I had chosen the path of difficulty, of studying until my eyes burned, of facing my own inadequacies. And that path had set me free. The final echo of my past life came in an unexpected form. A former classmate from Oakwood, now living in a neighboring city, sent me a package. Inside was a book, a recently published memoir. The author's name was Leo Vance. My heart gave a single hard thud. With trembling hands I opened it. The cover blurb promised, a poignant tale of lost love and rural hardship during a transformative era. I skimmed through it that evening, sitting in my Beijing apartment with Anya reading across from me. It was just as I remembered from my first life. A masterwork of self-aggrandizement and rewritten history. He painted himself as a tragic intellectual, a sensitive soul crushed by the harsh realities of the countryside. He spoke of a deep, profound love with a fellow city youth, a girl named Anya, a love that was tragically thwarted by circumstances and the manipulations of a jealous, unnamed local girl. He wrote poetically of stolen glances and unspoken understandings, of a connection so pure it was destroyed by the crude world around them. He depicted his marriage to Lena as a desperate act of survival, a prison he was forced into. There was no mention of intercepted letters, of broken legs, of his own opportunism. In his narrative he was the perpetual victim, noble and misunderstood. I closed the book and looked over at Anya. She had been watching me, her expression unreadable. "Did you read it?" I asked. "Parts of it," she said. "Enough. What do you think?" She considered for a moment. "I think," she said slowly, "that some people cannot bear the weight of their own truth. So they build a prettier, sadder story to live inside. It's a shelter, but a very fragile one." She gestured to the book in my hands. "That isn't what happened. That's just a ghost he's feeding." I threw the book into the recycling bin the next day. It was the final act of letting go. His narrative, the one that had once defined my own sense of failure and guilt, held no power over me anymore. It was a fiction. My life was the fact. Many more years passed. Anya eventually married a gentle, soft-spoken historian, and they moved into an apartment across the city. We remained the closest of friends. I never married, a choice that surprised my parents at first, but which they came to accept. I had my work, my friends, my independence. I had a life that was full and complete on its own terms. On my 50th birthday, my school threw a small party for me. As I stood at the podium looking out at the faces of my colleagues and students, past and present, I was struck by a wave of profound gratitude. I thought of the scorching village square, of the smell of my father's pipe, of the crumpled note in my hand. I thought of the desperate heartsick girl I had been, and the long, difficult road that had led me here. I hadn't just been given a second chance at life. I had been given a chance to understand what life was truly about. It wasn't about winning someone's love or approval. It wasn't about escaping your circumstances through someone else's coattails. It was about the quiet dignity of hard work. It was about the transformative power of a true friend. It was about finding your own voice and having the courage to use it. Leo Vance had died a few years prior. I'd heard from my mother. A quiet, unremarked death. He had spent his final years as a recluse, a phantom in the village he had tried to conquer. His story was a tragedy, but it was not mine. My story was one of redemption, not through the love of a man, but through the love of my own potential. It was the story of a girl who learned to stop chasing borrowed dreams and to start building her own. As I looked out at the applauding crowd, I smiled. The girl under the bridge was just a memory now, a poignant reminder of a path not taken. The woman on the stage was living proof that it is never too late to start over, to learn, to grow, and to become the author of your own beautiful life. The end.
George, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? I put down my paintbrush and looked at my friend Frank. He stood at the studio door with a mysterious air, his face a mix of nervousness and excitement. Let's start with the bad news. After all, I've gotten used to it these past 3 years. Your painting, Eternity, just sold for a sky-high price. Over $6 million. I frowned. How is that bad news? Frank chuckled. Because it's actually part of the good news. The bad news is, buddy, you might need to see a psychiatrist. What do you mean? A woman who looks exactly like Mary showed up at your art exhibition. I almost thought I was seeing a ghost. The paintbrush slipped from my hand and fell to the floor, splattering paint across the unfinished canvas. Mary, my late wife, died 3 years ago after accidentally falling off a cliff. I watched with my own eyes as her body was pulled from the water. In that moment, my world completely collapsed. Stop joking around, Frank. Why would I lie to you? She even left this. Frank handed me a note, with an address and a time written on it. My hand trembled slightly. The handwriting was exactly the same as Mary's. That night, I waited until midnight at the designated cafe. Just as I was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Mary? No, it couldn't be her. But every gesture of that woman, from the tips of her hair to her fingertips, was a shadow of Mary. George, it's been a long time. She sat across from me, and the familiar voice nearly made my heart stop. Who are you? I struggled to remain calm. I'm Mary, your wife. She smiled and reached out her hand. There was a scar on her palm, the mark Mary got when she accidentally cut herself on glass at 15. Impossible. Mary is already dead. She laughed softly. That was just an accident. I fell off the cliff and was saved by a reclusive old doctor. I lost my memory from the injuries and only recently remembered everything. As she spoke, tears began to fall with an expression I knew all too well, the look Mary wore whenever she felt wronged. I know it's hard to believe, but I really am Mary. I couldn't believe my eyes. The shade of lipstick Mary loved most, the faint little mole beneath her left ear, the unconscious habit of rubbing her ring while speaking. Everything was so familiar. Are you really Mary? She nodded and took a small box out of her bag. This is the proof. Inside the box was the first piece of jewelry Mary ever designed. A sapphire ring, the only one of its kind, never mass-produced. I brought it with me that day because I wanted to surprise you. I suddenly stood up and pulled her into my arms. 3 years of longing surged over me like a tide. I held her tightly, afraid that if I let go, she would disappear again. On the way home, she told me about her experiences over the past 3 years. She was rescued by an old doctor in the mountains, lost her memory due to a severe head injury, and lived in a remote mountain village for more than 2 years. It wasn't until she happened to see a poster for my art exhibition that her memory gradually returned. The next day, I took her to see Frank. Oh my God, it really is you, Mary. Frank stared in astonishment, eyes wide. Frank, it's been a long time. She greeted him with a smile, exactly as I remembered. Frank pulled me aside and whispered, Man, this is unbelievable, but I really believe it's her. Who else but Mary could call me by my childhood nickname so accurately? That was something only the two of you knew. A week later, Mary officially returned. We held a small welcome party for her. Her mother was so overwhelmed that she fainted, and when she woke up, she clung to her daughter and refused to let go. But that night, I noticed the first sign that something was off. Mary never ate mangoes because she was severely allergic. Yet the returned Mary absent-mindedly tasted a mango dessert and was perfectly fine. Aren't you allergic to mangoes? I asked. She paused for a moment, then quickly laughed and said, Oh, that old Chinese doctor cured my allergy. He's really amazing. I nodded, but in my heart, I marked the first question mark. Is this really my wife? A month passed quickly, and Mary blended perfectly into our lives. She knew the location of every item in the house, remembered our shared memories, and could even accurately name friends we hadn't contacted in years. But those subtle feelings of discord kept growing. For example, the real Mary liked to listen to classical music, especially Debussy, while designing jewelry. But she would always unconsciously hum along to pop songs. Mary always habitually used her left hand to hold chopsticks, even though she knew it was wrong. She just couldn't change. But she was a standard right-handed user. The most obvious difference appeared that night when I accidentally caught her smoking in the bedroom. The real Mary hated the smell of smoke. Even when I came home from social events with a faint scent of cigarettes, she would frown. When did you start smoking? I stood at the doorway, my voice soft. She was clearly startled, hastily snuffing out the cigarette. This is a herbal cigarette for treating insomnia, prescribed by an old Chinese doctor. I nodded, not pressing further, but the doubts in my heart only grew deeper. The next day, I went to find Frank. Help me check if, in the past 3 years, plastic surgery technology has advanced enough to achieve this level. Frank's eyes widened. You mean, she's not Mary? I'm not sure, but there are always some things that don't add up. 2 days later, Frank brought news. High-end plastic surgery can make faces look similar, but it can't replicate the exact placement of scars or moles. And there's a limit to how well someone can imitate a voice. What if it was a twin? Frank shook his head. Mary is an only child. We all know that. I decided not to show my feelings for now and to keep observing. A week later, Mary's mother came to my house with astonishing news. George, Mary is going to have a baby, my mother-in-law told me excitedly. I stood there stunned. Before we got married, Mary had been diagnosed with uterine hypoplasia. The doctor had made it clear she could never get pregnant. This was our shared secret. Not even my mother-in-law knew. How do you know that? I managed to ask. Mary told me this morning. She said she already had a checkup. It's been 2 months. My mother-in-law happily grabbed my hand. It's a blessing from above. Mary survived death, and now she can bring us new life. My heart sank to the bottom. This absolutely could not be Mary. That night, I dug out the hospital's diagnosis certificate in my study, which clearly stated the condition of Mary's uterus. But when I wanted to talk to Mary about it, I found her in the bedroom, excitedly discussing the decoration of the nursery with my mother-in-law. Mary, could you come here for a moment? I called her calmly. She followed me into the study, still wearing a blissful smile on her face. Did you forget about this? I handed her the diagnosis certificate. She took it and glanced at it, her face instantly turning pale. George, I can explain. Explain what? Explain that you're not Mary at all. Mother-in-law heard the commotion and walked in. What's going on with you two? Mom, take a look at this. I handed her the proof. My mother-in-law read it, then looked at Mary in astonishment. What's going on? Mary, you can't have children. Of course she can, I sneered, because she's not Mary at all. My mother-in-law's face changed dramatically. What nonsense are you talking about? I can explain. She hurriedly grabbed my mother-in-law's hand. That old Chinese doctor not only saved my life, but also cured my uterine problem. It's a miracle, truly. My mother-in-law looked at me, then at her, hesitating. George, you're being too paranoid. My mother-in-law finally took her daughter's side. Mary has come back with great difficulty. You should cherish her, not doubt her. Yes, George, I know this is hard to accept, but miracles do happen. Tears welled up in her eyes. Haven't we always wanted a child? Now we can finally have our own baby. I looked at her face, identical to Mary's. Yet I became more certain in my heart. This woman was not my wife. All right, I believe you. I smiled, deciding to go along with their story for now. Let's wait together for this miracle to happen. That night, I secretly contacted a private detective. My mother-in-law gladly accepted her daughter's explanation, even suggesting she move in with us to take care of Mary during her pregnancy. Outwardly, I agreed, but inside I grew even more wary. This was no coincidence. There had to be some kind of plot. Mom, haven't you always lived in Haicheng? Won't it be hard to get used to living here? I probed cautiously. For my grandson, I'm willing to endure any inconvenience, my mother-in-law said firmly. I noticed a fleeting unnatural expression on Mary's face. Could the truth be connected to my mother-in-law? On the 3rd day after my mother-in-law moved in, I discovered more suspicious details. For example, the real Mary never drank coffee, but she and my mother-in-law often enjoyed it together. Also, Mary's favorite movie was Roman Holiday, but she claimed to prefer Titanic. The strangest thing is, Mary used to despise her cousin Tom when she was alive, but now he visits frequently and chats and laughs with Mary as if they're old friends. I told Frank about these discoveries. Buddy, things are getting more and more suspicious, Frank frowned. Are you sure you want to keep going like this? Why not just expose her directly? It's not the right time yet. I want to find out what they're really after. The private detective's investigation also made progress. The so-called old Chinese doctor who had saved Mary did not exist at all, and Mary's whereabouts over the past 3 years were completely untraceable. More importantly, the private detective uncovered a shocking fact during the investigation. Mary's cousin Tom was deeply in debt from gambling, and the painting Eternity under my name, worth over $6 million, was his only hope for quick cash. "They're after your painting," the private detective asserted, "and this fake Mary is likely a professional identity fraudster, hired to win your trust." I took a deep breath and decided to take the initiative. That afternoon, I pretended to go out, but secretly returned home and hid in the study. Sure enough, Mary and her cousin Tom were whispering to each other in the living room. "It's taking too long," Tom said irritably. "How much longer until he sells the painting?" "Don't worry," she soothed him. "I'm already pregnant, and now he completely believes I'm Mary. In a little while, I'll say I want to move to a better neighborhood for the sake of the baby, and then we'll naturally need to sell the painting to raise money." "You're really pregnant?" "That wasn't part of the plan. It was an accident, but it works to our advantage. George wants a child so badly." "Does Annie know the truth?" "She only knows we're trying to scam money, not the specific plan. But she hates George, thinks he caused her daughter's death, so she's more than happy to help." I clenched my fists. So my mother-in-law had always believed that Mary's accident was somehow my fault. In fact, we did argue over something trivial that day, and Mary stormed out in anger. I didn't try to stop her, but I never imagined it would be the last time I'd see her. "You don't actually have feelings for George, do you?" Tom suddenly asked. She was silent for a moment. "It's just part of the job. Besides, I owe you, and I won't go back on my word." "Good then. Don't forget how we're splitting the money once we get it." Their conversation confirmed my suspicions. This was all an elaborate scheme, with my eternity as the target. In the days that followed, I pretended everything was normal while secretly making preparations. I contacted the police, arranged for evidence-gathering equipment, and found the last piece Mary had left before she died, a silver necklace that had never been made public, engraved with an anniversary date only the two of us knew. 2 weeks later, my art exhibition was held as scheduled. As planned, Mary brought up the idea of moving, hinting that I could sell Eternity. I pretended to agree and said I would auction the painting on the last day of the exhibition. "This is a surprise I prepared for you," I said on the eve of the exhibition, taking out a delicate box. "To celebrate the new life we're about to begin." She opened the box in surprise, and inside was the silver necklace. "It's beautiful, thank you." She smiled as she prepared to put it on. "Wait," I stopped her. "Aren't you going to look at the engraving on the back?" She turned the necklace over, and her face suddenly went pale. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "No, I really like it. It's just, I'm a bit moved." She forced a smile, but didn't know how to explain that she couldn't recognize the significance of that date. "See you tomorrow. Get some good rest, and don't forget to wear this necklace." I kissed her forehead and whispered in her ear, "After all, this is your final design." Her body visibly stiffened for a moment, but she kept smiling. "Of course, I cherish it very much. Tomorrow, the truth will come to light." On the day of the exhibition, the place was packed with people. My painting, Eternity, was displayed in the most prominent spot, right next to the last batch of jewelry designs Mary had created before her death. Mary held my arm, flawlessly playing the role of my wife as always. She had even gone out of her way to wear Mary's favorite white dress and the silver necklace I had given her last night. My mother-in-law and Tom were there too. The three of them exchanged glances from time to time, clearly waiting for the perfect moment. Frank appeared as planned, pretending to be extremely interested in Eternity and asking me about the auction details. "The auction will begin promptly at 4 in the afternoon," I replied with a smile. "This painting means a great deal to me, and I hope it finds someone who truly appreciates it." Mary immediately chimed in. "Yes, although it's hard to part with it, this is a necessary decision for our future." I noticed she glanced at Tom, who gave a barely perceptible nod. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the projector in the center of the exhibition hall lit up. This was the special segment I had arranged. "Ladies and gentlemen, I stood in front of Eternity. Before the auction begins, I'd like to share a little story about this painting." Mary's photo appeared on the projection screen, a group picture from her last birthday party before she passed away. 3 years ago, my wife Mary died in an accident. I created this painting, Eternity, in her memory. The woman in the painting has her back to the viewer, forever gazing into the distance, symbolizing a longing I can never reach. A soft sigh rippled through the crowd. Mary stood beside me, matching my words with a sorrowful expression. However, a month ago, a miracle happened. I turned to look at Mary. My wife came back. The whole room erupted in astonishment, and many people curiously sized up, Mary. This is my wife, Mary. I took her hand and stepped forward. Back from the dead, it's truly the greatest blessing heaven could have given me. She smiled and nodded to everyone, while my mother-in-law and Tom stood by with smug expressions. However, my tone suddenly shifted. Amidst my joy, a question arose. Is she really Mary? The entire room fell silent. Mary's hand trembled slightly in my palm. So, I did some investigating. The projector switched to a set of comparison photos. On the left was the real Mary. On the right was a photo of her. They look exactly the same, don't they? But I clicked the remote, and the photo was enlarged, the details highlighted. The position of the piercing on the left ear was slightly different, the arch of the eyebrows subtly varied, and the fine lines at the corners of the eyes ran in different directions. These are details that even professional plastic surgery cannot fully replicate. Mary tried to pull her hand away, but I held on tightly. My mother-in-law and Tom also began to grow anxious, glancing toward the exit. More importantly, the real Mary has a feature that cannot be copied. I turned to Mary. The necklace I gave you last night has a date engraved on the back. Can you tell everyone what that date is? She opened her mouth, but no words came out. That was the due date of our first child, the one we lost. I spoke softly, my voice trembling with emotion. Mary designed this necklace to commemorate the baby we never got to meet. The date was our secret, only Mary and I knew. The room fell utterly silent. Mary turned deathly pale, my mother-in-law's eyes widened, and Tom had already started edging toward the door. What surprised me even more, I continued, was that the real Mary could never get pregnant due to an underdeveloped uterus. Yet this, Mary claims she's already 2 months along. I let go of her hand and took a step back. So, who are you really? A flicker of despair flashed in Mary's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. I am Mary, it's just that old Chinese doctor. The non-existent old Chinese doctor, right? I sneered. Just like the non-existent amnesia, the non-existent miraculous recovery. I turned toward the projection screen. Let's see the truth. The screen played the secretly recorded video of her conversation with Tom, their discussion on how to swindle eternity, clearly audible. This isn't. She tried to explain, but my mother-in-law had already rushed forward. Who are you really? My mother-in-law screamed. You're not my daughter? Auntie, stop pretending, I said calmly. You know she's not Mary. You just wanted to get back at me, didn't you? My mother-in-law's face turned pale. I didn't know she was going to impersonate Mary. Tom just said he needed help to scam some money. Police. Don't move. Several plainclothes officers emerged from the crowd, blocking Tom as he tried to escape. Amid the chaos, Mary took the opportunity to shove me aside and run toward the exit. I chased after her and caught up in the parking lot. Tell me, who are you really? She finally stopped, turned to face me, tears welling in her eyes. My name is Luna. I'm an actress. Tom found me and said if I helped trick you out of a painting, he'd give me $1 million. I needed the money for my sister's medical treatment. Why did they choose me? Why Mary? She shook her head. I don't know. They gave me a lot of information, photos, videos, even your chat logs. I was just following the script. The police arrived and took her away. I stood where I was, gazing at the distant sky, my heart a tumult of emotions. Back in the exhibition hall, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving only Frank and a few police officers. It's all been cleared up, Frank walked over. Tom owed money to loan sharks and was desperate. Your mother-in-law always resented you for not saving Mary, so she helped them plan the whole thing. I walked up to eternity, gently caressing the back of the woman in the painting. Mary, I can finally give you an answer. The police left with the evidence. Frank patted me on the shoulder. What do you plan to do next? I took a deep breath. Prepare for the final painting. What will it be called? The Pursuit, I said softly. This time, I'll paint her face, not just her back. After the case was solved, my life seemed to return to where it was 3 years ago. Eternity was temporarily held by the court as crucial evidence. Tom and Luna were arrested for fraud, and my mother-in-law was investigated as an accomplice. The prosecution wants you to testify in court, the officer called to inform me. The trial is scheduled for early next month. I agreed, though I was utterly exhausted inside. After exposing the deception, I thought I would feel the thrill of revenge, but what I felt instead was a profound emptiness. Those days spent with Mary that month had allowed me to feel a trace of warmth in life again, even if that warmth was born of lies. Frank often came to see me, worried I might fall into despair once more. I told him not to worry, that I was working on a new piece, The Pursuit. Are you really going to paint Mary's face from the front? Frank asked curiously. For the past 3 years, you've always refused to do that. It's time, I replied. We can't live in the past forever. I moved out of the apartment I had shared with Mary and returned to the old house in the suburbs, the place where the real Mary and I had first made our home. The dust-laden memories in the house brought me both pain and comfort. Mary's studio remained just as she had left it, design sketches scattered across the table, unfinished jewelry drafts pinned to the drawing board. One afternoon, while sorting through Mary's belongings, I discovered an encrypted external hard drive. After several attempts, I finally unlocked it using our wedding anniversary as the password. Inside were backups of Mary's design works, along with some personal photos and videos. One folder in particular caught my attention. Inside a folder named Plan was a series of jewelry design sketches, labeled George's Birthday Special Project. It was then I remembered that, in the months before Mary passed away, she often spoke mysteriously about giving me an unparalleled birthday surprise. Leafing through these design drafts, I couldn't help but be moved to tears. Mary had planned to design a jewelry collection inspired by my paintings over the years, with each piece corresponding to a representative work from my artistic career. The last page was a sketch of a ring, with a dark red stone set in the center, its edges adorned with tiny diamonds, closely resembling the sunrise in my early work, Dawn. This is blood amber? I examined the notes carefully, confirming the name of this rare gemstone. Mary's designs had always been bold, but blood amber is extremely rare in the Chinese market, almost impossible to acquire. How did she obtain such a material? As I continued searching, I found a series of email correspondence screenshots. Mary had actually contacted a gemstone dealer in Myanmar, commissioning the blood amber specifically for this ring. The last email showed that the gem had already been shipped, but the date was exactly 1 week before Mary's death. I immediately called Frank. Help me check if there was a package sent from Myanmar 3 years ago, addressed to Mary. 2 days later, Frank brought news. The package did exist, but since no one signed for it, it was returned. However, according to the shipping records, it was resent a month ago, this time addressed to you. What? I was completely confused. I haven't received any package. Check your old apartment? Frank suggested. Back at my old apartment, the manager told me there was indeed a package, but it had been signed for by Mary. She said it was a surprise for you, so she didn't notify you, the manager explained. This meant Luna had taken the blood amber. I rushed to the detention center and requested to see Luna. Separated by glass, she looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but still wore that face so similar to Mary's. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. A month ago, you signed for a package from Myanmar. There was a blood amber inside. I want to know where it is. She looked surprised. How did you know? Tom asked me to sign for it. He said it was some precious gem. He took it. My heart sank. Tom was deep in gambling debt. A precious blood amber would be a windfall for him. He had probably sold it long ago. That blood amber is very important to me, I said softly. It was the last gift my wife left me. Luna was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, maybe it's not that bad. Tom said the stone has flaws, its value is greatly reduced, and he hasn't found a suitable buyer yet. Hope was rekindled. If Tom hadn't sold the blood amber yet, maybe there was still a chance to get it back. Do you know where he might hide it? Luna hesitated for a moment. He has a safe deposit box in a self-storage facility on the east side of the city. After getting the address, I immediately contacted the officer in charge of the case and explained the situation. Since Tom was involved in a large sum of money, the police quickly approved the search request. Mr. George, we've found the safe deposit box, the officer said over the phone. Inside, we did find the blood amber you described, as well as some other evidence. A few hours later, I retrieved the blood amber at the police station. It was even more beautiful than I had imagined. Within the dark red core, wisps of mist seemed to swirl, shifting strangely under the light. This was the birthday gift Mary had so carefully chosen for me, waiting for 3 years. Back home, I carefully placed the blood amber beside the canvas of the pursuit. The painting was already more than half finished, Mary's face emerging from the blur into clarity, yet it still felt like something was missing. Watching the blood amber glimmer faintly under the light, I suddenly understood how I should complete the painting. The creation of the pursuit entered its final stage. I decided to break convention and incorporate the blood amber into the artwork. This would not only be a portrait, but a hybrid piece that fused painting with the art of jewelry. Are you sure you want to do this? Frank frowned. That blood amber is priceless. That's exactly why, I said firmly. Mary chose it for me. She wanted to inspire an unparalleled masterpiece. I will fulfill her wish. For 2 whole weeks, I worked day and night, neglecting sleep and food. I cut the blood amber into thin slices and inlaid them at the spot of Mary's eyes on the canvas, making her gaze truly come alive. I used a special technique to blend the surrounding paint, creating a harmonious transition with the gemstone. From certain angles, the entire painting seemed to be imbued with life, and Mary's expression would shift depending on where the viewer stood. On the day I finished the piece, Frank brought news. Luna had been sentenced to 3 years in prison, but due to her good attitude in confessing, she might serve only 1.5 years. Tom, involved in multiple fraud cases, was sentenced to 7 years. My mother-in-law, as an accomplice, received a suspended sentence. The case is finally over, Frank said. Are you planning to exhibit your painting? Yes. Next month there will be a solo exhibition at the National Art Museum, and The Pursuit will be the grand finale. The curator couldn't stop praising this piece, believing it represents the innovative direction of contemporary art and marks the pinnacle of my career. Indeed, this painting, which incorporates Mary's jewelry design concepts, is in some sense a creation we made together. On the eve of the exhibition, I checked the arrangement in the gallery alone one last time, making sure every piece was perfectly lit and positioned. When I reached The Pursuit, I couldn't help but stop and gaze at it. Mary's face was vividly lifelike, her eyes inlaid with blood amber gleaming under the spotlight, as if she were smiling at me. For the first time in 3 years, I faced her directly, no longer painting only her back. Mr. George, a stranger's voice called from behind. Sorry to disturb you, but the gallery has been cleared. He turned around to see a young woman dressed in the museum's staff uniform. And you are? I'm the new curator, responsible for security in your exhibition area, she explained with a smile. I really like your work, especially this piece, The Pursuit. Thank you. I nodded. I'll be leaving soon. She didn't leave, but continued to gaze at the painting. That red gem is beautiful, almost as if it's alive. It's blood amber, I explained, a very rare gemstone. I know, she said softly, top-grade blood amber from Myanmar, containing plant fossils, extremely rare. I looked at her in surprise. You know a lot about jewelry? She smiled. I studied jewelry design. I'm just working part-time here. For some reason, Mary suddenly came to mind. She, too, had an almost obsessive passion for and expertise in gemstones. If you don't mind me asking, who is the woman in this painting? She asked. My wife, I replied. She passed away 3 years ago. She was a jewelry designer. I'm very sorry, she said sincerely, then gestured toward the blood amber. This gem must mean a great deal to you. It was the last birthday gift she chose for me before she died, but I only found it recently. She nodded thoughtfully. Setting it into her portrait is the best way to remember her. For some reason, talking with this unfamiliar woman brought me a strange sense of calm. Perhaps it was her love for jewelry that reminded me of Mary. Sorry, I have to continue my rounds. She glanced at her watch. See you tomorrow, Mr. George. See you tomorrow, I replied, watching her leave. On the way home, I felt an unusual peace. The completion of The Pursuit seemed to mark the end of my search for Mary as well. Not forgetting, but remembering her forever in another way. The next day, the exhibition's opening ceremony attracted numerous figures from the art world and the media. The Pursuit undoubtedly became the center of attention, with people marveling at this innovative form of artistic expression. Amid the crowd, I noticed that curator standing aside, watching as well. Sunlight streamed through the skylight of the gallery, falling upon her, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw Mary's shadow. No, I shook my head, warning myself not to be deceived by mere resemblance. There would never be another Mary in this world, just as there would never be another unique blood amber. After the exhibition, the pursuit was purchased by an anonymous collector for an astronomical price. I donated all the proceeds to a foundation supporting students in jewelry design, establishing a scholarship in Mary's name. Life slowly moved forward, and I began to accept new commissions and create new works. Occasionally, I would think of that curator with a unique insight into jewelry, wondering if she was still working at the art museum. Until one day, I received an email from HL. There were no words, only an image. A sketch of a ring design, the style strikingly similar to Mary's unfinished series. My heart raced as I replied immediately. Who is this? The response came quickly. Yesterday, you brushed past me by the cafe on the street corner, but you didn't recognize me. If you want to know more, wait for me at the museum entrance at noon tomorrow. Is it that librarian? How could she have a design so reminiscent of Mary's style? Filled with anxiety and anticipation, I decided to accept the invitation and find out for myself. The next day at noon, I arrived at the art museum half an hour early. The sun was shining, and small groups of visitors were coming and going from the exhibition hall. But there was no sign of the mysterious person. Just as I began to suspect this might be some kind of prank, a faint trace of perfume drifted by, a scent unfamiliar to me, yet it inexplicably reminded me of Mary. Mr. George, thank you for coming. The voice behind me made me turn around. It was the curator. Today, she wasn't wearing her uniform, but a simple white dress, completely different from Mary's style when she was alive. Did you send the email? I asked directly. She nodded. There are some things I want to tell you, but not here. Will you come with me? We walked through the small park beside the art museum and arrived at a secluded cafe. The whole time, I kept observing her. Her mannerisms, the way she walked, none of it resembled Mary. Yet her sensitivity to detail and her focused attention gave me a strange sense of familiarity. Who are you, really? The moment we sat down, I couldn't wait to ask. My name is Nicole. She looked me straight in the eye. I'm Mary's student. This answer caught me off guard. Mary had indeed taught jewelry design part-time at the Design Academy before she passed away, but she had never mentioned having any particularly close students. I took her advanced design class the year before she passed, Nicole explained. Her guidance benefited me for a lifetime. That still doesn't explain why your designs resemble her style so much, I said, half convinced. Nicole took a folder out of her bag. These are all notes from Ms. Nicole's class and her feedback on my work. You can look at the handwriting and confirm that it's really hers. I carefully examined the materials. It was indeed Mary's handwriting. There were even traces of the pale purple ink she habitually used. Before Ms. Nicole passed away, she was guiding me on my graduation project, Nicole continued. The theme was interwoven light and shadow, blending Eastern and Western aesthetic elements. She gave me a lot of valuable advice, and even showed me a sketch from a private project she was working on at the time. George's special birthday project? I blurted out. Nicole's eyes widened in surprise. You know about it? I only found out recently. I briefly explained the origin of the blood amber. I knew that blood amber would eventually find its way back to you, Nicole said with a smile. Nicole always said it was a destined gift. Is that why you contacted me? Because you saw the blood amber? Nicole was silent for a moment, as if choosing her words carefully. Not entirely. After Nicole passed away, I've been trying to carry on the design philosophy she taught me. Some time ago, I happened to see the news about your eternity being stolen, and then I saw someone impersonating Nicole. I thought I should tell you a few things. She took a letter out of her bag. This is the last letter Nicole gave me after class before she passed away. She said if her surprise plan went smoothly, I should show you this letter. If anything went wrong and she was gone, I should still make sure you see it. I took the envelope. It was indeed Mary's handwriting, and it read, "To my dearest husband." The envelope had already been opened. I didn't know what was in the letter at the time. I just kept it as Nicole instructed, Nicole explained. It wasn't until I saw the news that I opened it. I hope you won't blame me. I carefully took out the letter paper and unfolded it to read. Dear George, if you are reading this letter, perhaps my surprise plan has gone awry. Don't worry, it's just that the plan has changed, and the form of the gift may be different now. The blood amber I picked for you is said to be known as the Eye of Rebirth. Legend has it that looking at the world through it reveals truths that are often overlooked. I hope it can become a turning point in your artistic career, leading you to see new possibilities. All these years, your paintings have always depicted backs, as if you're afraid to face something head-on. I hope this gemstone will give you the courage to paint the front, to capture true emotions. No matter what happens, please remember, love does not disappear, it merely changes form, like this blood amber, which, after millions of years, transforms from resin into a gem, yet still shines. Forever loving you, Mary. The handwriting became a bit messy at the end, as if written in a hurry. I stroked the paper, as if I could feel Mary's emotions at that moment. Thank you, I said, my voice choked with emotion. This means a lot to me. You're welcome. I'm just fulfilling Ms. Nicole's request, Nicole said with a smile. Actually, there's one more thing I'd like to ask your help with. What is it? I'd like to apply for the Mary Scholarship you established, she said, taking a design portfolio out of her bag. This is my graduation project, combining Ms. Nicole's ideas with my own innovations. As I flipped through the portfolio, I was surprised to find that while these designs bore traces of Mary's influence, they also possessed a unique style and innovative touches. In particular, a series called Metamorphosis cleverly combined jewelry with transformable elements, allowing the pieces to change form according to the wearer's mood and occasion. This is outstanding, I praised sincerely. Mary would be proud of you. A hint of joy flashed in Nicole's eyes. Really? I've always worried I couldn't live up to her expectations. You've already moved beyond the learning stage and developed your own style. That's exactly what she hoped to see. As we talked, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Nicole. In that moment, I seemed to understand something. When Mary spoke of love changing its form, perhaps she wasn't just referring to the blood amber, but also to her passion for art and its legacy. Luna tried to impersonate Mary by mimicking her appearance, but she could never truly replicate who she was. Nicole, on the other hand, looked nothing like Mary, yet she inherited a part of her artistic vision and spirit. Perhaps this is the true gift Mary left me, not the blood amber, but a new possibility, a path out of the past. Nicole's graduation exhibition was held in a small gallery. Though the space was modest, it was exquisitely arranged. Her works were divided into 3 series, representing the past, the present, and the future, forming a complete narrative. This is a brilliant idea, I sincerely praised. From tradition to contemporary and then to the future, it showcases the evolution and possibilities of jewelry design. Nicole smiled and nodded. This was inspired by teacher Nicole. She always says that good design should look back at history, be grounded in the present, and look forward to the future. As I walked through the exhibition hall, I noticed a special display case in the corner, containing only one piece, a seemingly simple ring with a small red gemstone set in the center. This is. I leaned in to read the label, which said, in memory, dedicated to teacher Mary. Yes, I made it from a small piece of blood amber I bought with my own savings, Nicole explained. It can't compare to the quality of yours, but it's also from Myanmar. I examined the design of the ring closely. Clean, powerful lines, with fine silver threads encircling the blood amber, as if protecting the central gem, yet also seeming to radiate light outward. This is very similar to Mary's final design style, I said softly, but it also has your own unique touch. I wanted to create a piece that could both commemorate teacher Nicole and showcase my own style, Nicole explained. The blood amber represents her influence, while the outer design is the direction of my own development. The exhibition attracted quite a few industry insiders, including some well-known figures from the jewelry design world. After viewing the exhibition, an older female designer approached Nicole and offered her an internship opportunity. I stood by, genuinely happy for Nicole. In the evening, as the exhibition was drawing to a close, Frank arrived as well. Seeing me with Nicole, he gave me a knowing smile. New friend? He asked me quietly. Mary's student, I explained simply. Very talented. Frank nodded without asking further questions. After touring the exhibition, he gave high praise to Nicole's work. It blends traditional and modern elements, demonstrating both technical skill and artistic expression, quite rare. Nicole thanked him politely. This wouldn't have been possible without the guidance of teacher Nicole and teacher George. After the exhibition, the 3 of us went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Frank talked about recent trends in the art market, while Nicole shared her insights on contemporary jewelry design. The conversation was light and pleasant, and I realized it had been a long time since I had relaxed and chatted with others like this. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank received an urgent call and left early. Only Nicole and I remained in the restaurant, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Mr. George, Nicole hesitated for a moment before speaking. I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. What is it? After you finished the pursuit, what are you planning to create next? The question caught me off guard. To be honest, ever since the pursuit, I haven't had any new inspiration. That painting seemed to have drained all my emotions and creativity. I haven't decided yet, I answered honestly. It might take some time to find a new direction. Nicole nodded thoughtfully. Nicole once said that the hardest thing for an artist isn't creating a stunning masterpiece, but finding a way forward after reaching the peak. She really did say that, I recalled with a smile. Mary always saw further than I did. Maybe, Nicole said softly, you could try a new direction that combines your work with jewelry design? Like in The Pursuit, but taking it even further. I recalled what Mary mentioned in her letter about seeing new possibilities, and suddenly I was inspired. You mean, creating a series of works that combine painting and jewelry? Exactly. Nicole said excitedly, your paintings create emotion in two-dimensional space, while jewelry gives it tangible form in the three-dimensional world. The combination of the two would have an astonishing effect. The more we talked, the more engaged we became, even sketching a few concept designs on the restaurant's napkins. Nicole's ideas were fresh and bold, perfectly aligning with my artistic vision, yet bringing a new perspective. As we left the restaurant, Nicole suddenly said, I have to confess something. I looked at her in confusion. I reached out to you not only to deliver Nicole's letter, but also for a personal reason. I hope to learn from you, she said candidly. I want to become a designer like Nicole, someone who not only creates beautiful works but also perfectly blends art with emotion. Her sincerity moved me. You're already on that path, and you're doing very well. Then, may I consult you often? She asked a little nervously. Of course, I'd be delighted. On the way home, a series of new works already began to take shape in my mind. A cross-disciplinary art that fuses painting and jewelry, both as a tribute to Mary and as a new starting point in my artistic career. That night, I had a dream. In the dream, Mary stood in a halo of blood-red light, smiling at me and saying, See, I knew you would find a new direction. When I woke up, I got out of bed immediately and began sketching for the new series. I decided to name it Rebirth. Not only representing the ancient life forever preserved in blood amber, but also symbolizing the rebirth of my artistic career, as well as the inheritance and development of Mary's artistic vision. A week later, I submitted a new series proposal to the gallery and received an enthusiastic response. The curator even suggested holding a special exhibition themed Between Dimensions, a dialogue between painting and jewelry. For this project, I invited Nicole to join the team as a jewelry design consultant. She had just graduated from design school and was both excited and nervous about the opportunity. Am I really up to the task? She asked me in the studio. You understand Mary's design philosophy better than anyone, I assured her. That's exactly what I need. In the days that followed, we worked at a feverish pace. We created during the day and discussed at night, sometimes even working through until dawn. Nicole's ideas flowed endlessly, and I transformed those thoughts into concrete artistic expressions. In the process, I rediscovered the pure joy of creation that I hadn't felt in a long time. One late night, when we finally finished the design for our first piece, Nicole clapped her hands excitedly. This is amazing. Teacher Nicole will definitely love it. At the mention of Mary, she suddenly realized her slip and looked at me nervously. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right, I said with a smile. I think Mary really would like it. She always hoped I could step out of my comfort zone and try new ways of expressing myself. Nicole let out a sigh of relief, then hesitantly asked, Professor George, may I ask you a personal question? What is it? When you faced the woman impersonating Professor Nicole, how did you see through her? I mean, from the news reports, she seemed like an exact copy of Professor Nicole. I pondered for a moment. Superficial resemblance is easy to achieve, but a true personality cannot be duplicated. Mary's perception of art, her attitude toward life, the way she handled details, these were all unique. Just like a work of art, Nicole mused, no matter how perfect a replica is, it can never capture the soul of the original. Exactly. We worked through the night again, and finally established the overall framework for the Rebirth series. 7 pieces, each blending elements of painting and jewelry, together telling a story of loss and recovery, death and rebirth. As our collaboration deepened, my relationship with Nicole gradually shifted from teacher and student to partners, both mentor and friend. Sometimes, when the light traced the gentle contours of her focused profile, I would unconsciously think of Mary. But soon, I realized that this association wasn't due to any physical resemblance, but rather that same dedication and passion for art. "George, you look much more spirited lately," Frank remarked at a gathering. "It's been a while since I've seen you so full of life." "Yeah, the new project has helped me rediscover the joy of creating." "Nicole's a good girl," Frank said meaningfully. "Talented, and she really understands you." I understood his implication, but just smiled without responding. There was indeed a special understanding between Nicole and me, but it was more rooted in our shared passion for art than anything else. At least for now. The creation of the Rebirth series took 3 months, longer than expected, but the results were stunning. Each piece was a perfect fusion of painting and jewelry art, offering both the pleasure of viewing as a flat image and the discovery of 3-dimensional effects brought by the jewelry elements from different angles. A week before the exhibition opened, I received an unexpected visitor, Luna. She had served her sentence and was released early. She looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but her eyes were clearer. "I came to apologize to you in person." She stood at the studio door, her voice low, "for everything I have done." I didn't respond immediately, but simply invited her in to sit down. "I know that an apology can't make up for the loss," she continued, "but I want you to know that I truly regret it." "How is your sister's illness?" I asked. She looked up in surprise. You know. I guessed. "You said you needed money for a reason, and I think that must have been true." "Yes," she nodded. "My sister's surgery was a success, and now she's fully recovered. For the past 3 years, I've been thinking about how to make up for my mistakes. Even though I may never be able to." I was silent for a moment, then said, "You know, in a way, your appearance actually helped me." "What do you mean?" "It forced me to confront the past, to re-examine my memories with Mary, and ultimately to find a way forward." I pointed to the sketches of the Rebirth series on the wall and briefly explained this new project. Luna listened quietly, a look of genuine respect in her eyes. "I'm glad you were able to find a new beginning from that nightmare," she said at last. "I hope I can find my own path to rebirth as well." As she left, she handed me a small package. "These are some simple pieces of jewelry I made in prison. The craftsmanship is rough, but each one represents my remorse and blessings. I hope you can accept them." Opening the package, I found several small trinkets handmade from fine wire and colorful glass beads. Though simple, it was clear the creator had poured their heart into them. Nicole happened to come into the studio at that moment. Seeing the trinkets, she asked curiously, "What are these?" I told her about Luna's visit. "You forgave her?" Nicole was a bit surprised. "Not exactly forgiveness," I said thoughtfully. "It's more like understanding. Everyone has their own hardships and choices. What's important is how we learn and grow from our mistakes." Nicole nodded pensively, picking up a piece of jewelry to examine it closely. "The craftsmanship is rough, but the concept is ingenious. This person seems to have a talent for design." "Perhaps," I said. "Everyone has the possibility of being reborn." On the day of the exhibition opening, numerous figures from the art and jewelry worlds gathered together. The Rebirth series received unprecedented acclaim. Critics called it a model of cross-disciplinary art, and the gallery owner was overjoyed, announcing plans for a nationwide tour. In the crowd, I saw Luna. She was dressed simply, standing quietly in a corner, admiring the exhibits. Our eyes met in the air. She nodded slightly, then walked away. "Who was that?" Nicole asked, standing beside me. "Someone searching for rebirth," I replied. Nicole seemed to understand and asked no more. We stood side by side before the pursuit, watching the blood amber refract a strange light under the lamps, like the silent burning of life's flame. "Thank you," I whispered to Nicole. "Without you, this series might never have come into being." "It was your philosophy that guided us, Teacher Nicole," she replied modestly. "I was just fortunate enough to be the messenger." In that moment, I suddenly understood the true meaning of what Mary had written in her letter. Love has changed its form. Love exists not only in memory and longing, but also in inheritance and innovation, shining brightly in every spark of artistic creation. And I, at last, had learned how to begin anew after loss, to embrace rebirth while still searching. The success of the exhibition exceeded everyone's expectations. In just 1 month, the Rebirth series was reported on by major media outlets and even attracted the attention of the international art world. A renowned auction house extended an olive branch to me, hoping to include several pieces in their annual highlight auction. "This is an unprecedented opportunity," Frank said excitedly. "If the deal goes through, you'll become a top player in the contemporary art market." I wasn't particularly concerned with commercial success, but I did feel the joy of having my work widely recognized. More importantly, this series opened up a new artistic path for me, freeing me from the creative shackles of the past 3 years. Nicole benefited as well. As the project's jewelry design consultant, she received high praise from the industry. Several well-known jewelry brands reached out to her, hoping she would join their design teams. "Which offer are you planning to accept?" One night, as we were tidying up the studio together, I asked her. "To be honest, I'm still hesitating." Nicole paused her work. "These are all great opportunities, but..." "But what?" "But I want to keep working with you." She looked straight into my eyes. "Rebirth is just the beginning, isn't it?" Her candor surprised me a little. Indeed, the success of this series had opened up many new creative possibilities for us, but I wasn't sure if I should continue such a close working relationship. "You should consider your own career development," I said tactfully. "These opportunities are very rare for young designers." Nicole seemed to sense my hesitation and nodded gently. "I understand." In the days that followed, we were both busy and rarely had the chance to talk alone. A week later, Nicole told me she had decided to accept an invitation from a French jewelry brand and would be going to Paris to work for 2 years. "Congratulations," I said sincerely. "It's a very good choice." "Thank you," she replied with a smile, though a fleeting, elusive emotion flashed in her eyes. "I think this is the best arrangement for both of us." Before Nicole left, we held a small farewell party. Frank, the curator, and a few mutual friends came. The atmosphere was warm, tinged with a hint of sadness. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank found an opportunity to pull me aside. "Are you really going to just let her go like this?" "What do you mean?" I pretended not to understand. "Don't play dumb, man," Frank said bluntly. "You have feelings for her. That's obvious." "That's just professional rapport," I argued. "Is that so?" Frank looked at me meaningfully. "Then why have you been so distracted ever since she decided to go to France?" I was at a loss for words. In fact, these past few days I had indeed felt an inexplicable sense of loss, but I kept telling myself it was only because I had lost an excellent partner. "I know what you're worried about." Frank lowered his voice. "You feel like you're letting Mary down, don't you?" I remained silent. He had touched upon the deepest concern in my heart. "Mary has been gone for 3 years now." Frank gently patted my shoulder. "She would want you to be happy." After the party ended, I walked Nicole home. The night was tranquil as water, and the city lights flowed around us. "Thank you for your help and guidance these past few months." Nicole stopped at the entrance of her apartment building. "This experience has meant so much to me." "I should be thanking you," I said sincerely. "Without you, the Rebirth series would never have been completed." We fell into silence, as if both searching for the right words to say goodbye. "My flight is the morning after tomorrow," Nicole finally said. "I still have some things to take care of tomorrow. So, this is probably the last time we'll see each other. 2 years will pass quickly." I tried to make my voice sound light. "Paris is a beautiful city. You'll like it there." She nodded, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "Professor George, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, but never found the right opportunity." "What is it?" "I chose to study jewelry design because I saw Nicole's works." She took a deep breath, or more precisely, because I saw the pieces Nicole designed for you. The way she perfectly fused love and art moved me deeply. "I didn't know that," I said in surprise. "I've always hoped that one day I could be like Nicole, creating art filled with emotion." Nicole continued, her words coming faster, as if afraid she might lose her courage. "But now I realize that what I want even more is to create for a specific person, just like Nicole created for you." I understood her implication, and my heart suddenly began to race. Nicole, please don't respond. She gently interrupted me. I just wanted you to know before I leave. No matter how you feel right now, remember that starting over is not a betrayal of the past, but a way of cherishing life. With that, she rose up on her tiptoes and softly kissed my cheek, then quickly turned and walked into the apartment building, leaving me standing alone in the night, my mind in turmoil. After returning home, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, replaying Nicole's words and that gentle kiss over and over in my mind. Suddenly, I remembered a small box in the study, where Mary's last complete letter was kept, a letter I had found while sorting through her belongings, but at the time, overwhelmed by grief, I never had the courage to open. Now, I finally mustered the courage to walk into the study and retrieve that delicate little box from the depths of the drawer. Inside lay a pale pink letter, bearing Mary's familiar handwriting. Dearest George, by the time you read this letter, you may find yourself at a crossroads in life, hesitating between moving forward or staying where you are. My greatest wish is that you can move bravely through life, as freely as your brush glides across the canvas. Love is not a shackle, but a liberation. Memory is not a burden, but a source of strength. If one day you meet someone who can rekindle the light in your eyes, please don't hesitate because of your longing for me. True love is wishing happiness for the other, even if there is no longer a place for oneself in that happiness. Remember, the days we loved each other were complete, with no need for regrets. And now, it's time to paint a new picture, my beloved. Forever loving you. Mary. Tears blurred my vision. It was as if Mary had foreseen my current situation and had already given me her blessing. She was always like this, always able to see further and more clearly than I could. At that moment, I made up my mind. Early the next morning, I drove straight to Nicole's apartment. Professor George? Nicole opened the door in surprise, clearly not expecting me. I have something to say to you. I looked her straight in the eyes, not as your teacher, but as George. I handed her Mary's letter. Nicole read it carefully, her expression shifting from surprise to being moved, and finally, her eyes grew moist. She truly was an extraordinary woman, Nicole said softly, handing the letter back to me. Yes, she was. I nodded. That's exactly why I believe her words. Nicole, cancel your plans for Paris. Stay and continue our collaboration, will you? Nicole looked at me in shock. Are you serious? I've never been more serious, I said quietly. Rebirth is not just the name of an artwork, it's a possibility in life. Are you willing to explore that possibility with me? Her answer was a firm embrace, warm and real, like the first ray of sunlight after a long winter. In that moment, I felt as if Mary was somewhere, smiling down on us, blessing this new beginning. Life is like that blood amber, enduring countless ages of change and sedimentation, ultimately transforming into an eternal radiance. And I, at last, understood what true pursuit is, what true rebirth means. A year later, Nicole and I unveiled our second joint project, Interwoven, at the National Art Museum. This series was even bolder and more innovative than Rebirth, blending Eastern and Western aesthetics with various art forms. Critics hailed it as a significant breakthrough in contemporary art. At the opening ceremony, Nicole held my arm as we faced the media interviews and congratulations from the audience together. She wore a simple white dress, and around her neck was the Eye of Rebirth necklace we designed together. She completed the jewelry part based on my painting. Your collaboration seems even more in sync than your last project, a reporter asked with a suggestive smile. Nicole glanced at me, and we exchanged a smile. Yes, both in art and in life, we found the perfect balance. This indirect answer drew a round of good-natured laughter from the reporters present. My relationship with Nicole was no longer a secret, but we always kept a low profile, letting the public's attention remain focused on our artistic creations. After the exhibition, we drove out to a small hill in the countryside. There stood an ancient oak tree, beneath which Mary's ashes were laid to rest. This was the place we chose, rather than a traditional cemetery, natural, peaceful, just like Mary herself. Mary, the exhibition was a great success today, I said softly to the stone beneath the tree. Nicole's designs were admired by everyone, just as you once predicted. Nicole crouched down and placed a bouquet of white daisies in front of the stone. Teacher Nicole, I've been working hard to become the kind of designer you hoped I would be. I hope you can be proud of me. A gentle breeze stirred, and the oak's leaves rustled softly, as if it were Mary's reply. On the way back, Nicole suddenly said, I've been thinking about something. What is it? If that woman who pretended to be Ms. Nicole hadn't appeared, You might never have found the blood amber, never created the pursuit, and we might never have met. Her words made me fall into deep thought. Indeed, it was the series of events triggered by that deception that ultimately led to everything now. It feels as if, in the unseen, some force has been orchestrating it all. Perhaps that's the irony of fate, I said softly. Sometimes, the worst beginnings can lead us to the best endings. When I returned home, I received an unexpected package. Upon opening it, I found a delicate little box containing a handmade ring. Though simple, the craftsmanship had improved greatly compared to the pieces I had seen before. There was a note attached. Mr. George, thank you for your kindness and understanding a year ago, which gave me the courage to start over. Now I have found a job at a small jewelry shop, and my life is gradually getting back on track. This ring represents my gratitude, and I wish you happiness and well-being on your new path. Luna, I handed the ring to Nicole. After examining it carefully, she remarked, her skills have improved a lot. She truly is talent. Some mistakes in life shouldn't become permanent scars, I sighed. Everyone deserves a second chance. That night, we sat in the studio, discussing ideas for the next series. Nicole suddenly proposed a bold idea. I was thinking, maybe we could try connecting the different stages of our work to create a complete narrative. From eternity to quest, then to rebirth, and intertwined, they're actually different phases in a person's life journey. You mean? A complete story about loss, searching, rebirth, and integration, she explained excitedly, ultimately asking what is the most precious treasure in life. Love. I finished her sentence. No matter what form it takes. Nicole nodded, her eyes sparkling with creative fire. We could call it the forms of love, an unprecedented artistic exploration. Sounds like a long-term, ambitious project. We have time, she smiled, holding my hand. We have so much time. In that moment, I felt a powerful surge of creative inspiration, just like when I first began my artistic career years ago, filled with passion and possibility. But this time, I was not facing the blank canvas alone. 2 years later, the Forms of Love series was exhibited simultaneously in the world's 5 greatest art museums, causing an unprecedented sensation. Critics called it a milestone in contemporary art history, blending painting, sculpture, jewelry design, and other art forms to create an entirely new artistic language. The final piece of the exhibition was titled Eternal Ring, a massive circular canvas depicting every form of love in life, familial, platonic, romantic, and the love for art itself. The edge of the canvas was inlaid with gemstones of various sizes, and under certain lighting, these gems would cast light onto specific parts of the canvas, revealing another hidden layer of patterns. The centerpiece of this work is a massive blood amber. Through intricate optical design, the light it projects perfectly outlines 2 embracing figures. One is Mary, the other is Nicole, symbolizing the intersection of past and present, the fusion of memory and rebirth. On the closing day of the exhibition, in front of the Eternal Ring, I knelt on one knee and proposed to Nicole. The ring was crafted from the very blood amber Mary had once prepared for me, designed by my own hand and fashioned by the finest jeweler. This ring carries the memories of the past and the hopes for the future, I whispered softly. Nicole, will you be the eternal ring in my life? Her tears sparkled under the spotlight. I will. Amidst the cheers, I remembered what Mary once said. Love does not disappear. It merely changes its form. Yes, love does not disappear. It exists in memories, in art, in every rebirth and new beginning. It traverses time and crosses space, like that blood amber which, after millions of years, still shines, forever retaining the original warmth and brilliance of life. This is the answer I have been searching for all along. Between loss and gain, between seeking and rebirth, love remains constant, only appearing in different forms along the journey of life. And all we need to do is bravely accept this gift, no matter how it comes to us. On the day of the wedding, the sky was a clear, washed blue. Beneath the ancient oak tree that had watched over Mary, we exchanged our vows. A gentle breeze stirred, making the leaves whisper as if blessings were drifting in from another world. No matter when or where, Nicole said softly, We'll always remember that it was she who brought us together. Yes, I squeezed her hand, and we will always cherish this gift. In the brilliant sunlight, the blood amber ring gleamed, radiant as life itself, enduring the passage of time, yet still shining bright.